Be fast, have fun.
Let's go! Como siempre, terminadas y faltas de básquet. Y como el año pasado, vamos a contar con los comentarios técnicos de un especialista de un grande del Freeride como Cristian Bolívar. Cristian, buenos días, bienvenidos. El año pasado fue histórico, este año vamos a repetir jornada histórica en Baqueira Beret Pro, que está en la parada de Freeride World Tour. ¿Qué esperamos de viernes?
Mucha buena nieve, sí que es verdad que a la hora de salir los landings están un poco, puede ser un poco técnico, pero creo que hay un nivel muy alto para que haya un espectáculo muy bueno.
Tenemos a los nuestros, Isabel Marina de esquí femenino, a Aymar y Abel Moga en el masculino. ¿Qué podemos esperar de ellos?
Pues bueno, creo que tiene una línea muy sólida, nada, pero es una línea muy buena y creo que van a poder sacar su estilo, que es propio y local. Y bueno, Aymar y Abel no voy a decir nada, pero el espectáculo creo que es espectacular.
Todavía recuerdo como Cristian Bolívar se volvió literalmente loco aquí en el punto de comentarista cuando Abel Moga dibujó esa línea maravillosa el año pasado y subió a este hasta el momento su primer podio en el Freeride World Tour. No adelantamos nada, evidentemente en el Freeride el componente sorpresa es fundamental, pero como dice Cristian Bolívar, nos espera una competición sensacional, de muchísimo nivel, en una matinal perfecta, una meteorología maravillosa y la nieve en perfectas condiciones para acoger esta competición del Freeride World Tour. Evidentemente, favoritos, tenemos algunos claros, Cristian.
Por supuesto, él y la
Ojalá tengamos 2 o 3 podios. En el pasado tuvimos 2 podios con el segundo puesto de Julia Castán en el Snowboard femenino, el segundo puesto de Abel Moga en esquí masculino. Vamos a ver si hoy los 3 tenemos en lista son capaces de subir al podio y elevar todavía un puntito más ese listón de prueba histórica que ya lo fue Baqueira Beret en el Freeride World Tour 2022 y que ojalá vuelva a hacerlo en este Freeride World Tour 2023. Todo está preparado con la afición dispuesta a hacer mucho ruido. Ahí está, vamos a escuchar el ruido de la afición. ¡Ahí! Esto va a ser la leche hoy aquí en Baqueira Beret. Que se preparen los riders porque, como decía antes y como ya pasó el año pasado, van a volver a tener la sensación de que están dentro de un estadio, porque ya os digo, escuchan perfectamente cuando pasan por aquí el griterío ensordecedor de la grada. Y vamos a iniciar evidentemente todas las buenas líneas, las de los nuestros evidentemente un poquito más, pero todas las buenas, maravillosas líneas que hoy van a ser los mejores y las mejores del mundo en el esquí snow del Freeride World Tour.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were there tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? So landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might pick off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
All right, well, that was just a fascinating look into the judging criteria and the way they do it. I really like Bertie's explanation there of the way you can gain, you can lose, but if you have a small bobble, it's not all lost, you can get it back. So many factors go into that overall impression. Again, slightly different than the Region 2 judging, but ultimately not that different because the end result is the same, which is to produce a ranking that everyone can feel good about, that has, you know, that's credible.
Absolutely, and we had a riders meeting 2 nights ago where all the new riders went through that judging criteria with all of the judges, asked all the questions they needed, just to see that distinction between European and North American judging. So I think we're all on the same page and ready to go.
Yeah, and even a bunch of the Region 1 riders after that meeting were really grateful for this sort of deep dive into exactly how it works and exactly what they're looking for. And one of the big takeaways from riders from both sides of the pond was don't change what you're doing for the judges. You ski or ride the thing that makes sense to you, that draws you, that pulls you to it at face check. And if you do it well and you execute it the way you want, likely the score is going to be strong. And I really like that.
Yeah, each rider has a unique skill set and eye for the mountain, and I think if you try too hard to align exactly to the judges' criteria, you kind of can lose a little bit of your uniqueness.
Yeah, exactly, and it's really important for them to understand what the judges are looking for, but I think at the same time, not to just completely direct your entire program, your run, your line, the way you're going to ride it, to just the judges. And so many of the riders that I've spoken to, and we'll dive, I'm sure, deeper into this, but have really said in even their qualifying process, they stopped trying to ski to the judges' eyes and started skiing for themselves and found success.
Yeah, I think you might be speaking of Jedediah Kravitz, who's qualified from North America. So he debuted on the FWQs in 2016 and was quite often near the top of the rankings, but just never quite made it. And in 2022, he took on that FWQ season with the mentality to stop skiing to judge criteria, but ski for the love of it. And yeah, he qualified, so that is the magic sauce for him.
Yeah, look at him now. So we're going to just dive in a little bit deeper into some of these criteria. We've got a nice little explanation of how the riders kind of approach it, and we'll take a look at that now. The riders are trying to line up with the judging criteria to maximize the score.
I'm Camille Armand. I'm a snowboarder on the Freeride World Tour.
Camille Armand, so we know him as the backflip guy, but he is no stranger to big, nasty, gnarly lines. And this is one of them. Camille Armand off the top rope. Freeride World Tour!
Now on the Freeride World Tour, the air style is more important for every rider because the young riders, the new generations, they have a lot of experience in freestyle and now in the mountain like freeride, and they can mix everything in one. So I need to put my air style in my line to put the next level of the sport. I'm here at the Extreme Pack. It's the first step to practice and learn some tricks in the air, to know where I am. On the trampoline, it's perfect to repeat again and again all my tricks. For me, it's very important to have my tricks in my mind. We are in Les Uns at the big airbag. That's the closest part from the training and the reality during the winter. The good point now is I try the tricks on my board. I can manage the new grab, try some new move.
Le freerider, ça monte toujours à pied.
When I arrive and I scope the line from the bottom, I just bolt the line around my tricks. For the next season, I have a tricks in my mind. It's a double backflip, because last season we see the first double backflip in ski. So maybe it's time to do in snowboard.
Well, we got an in-depth look there at the training behind the scenes of the Boucle d'Or, Goldilocks, if you will, in English. Camille Armand, he is, I mean, he's a mainstay on the tour. He is such a strong rider. And now we see where that bag of tricks comes from. Camille Armand, I mean, he was on a tear last year. He finally clicked into how to finish runs. Before that, he was always a threat, but we just saw him kept crashing and crashing. And last year, he was right down to the end in the title fight with Blake Moeller, and I'm expecting nothing less this year.
Absolutely, and he had a successful run on the Basse of a Face last year in second place. So I think he'll be looking to bump that one up to numero uno.
Yeah, no doubt. I was looking through my Peak Performance Fun Bet decisions, and watching that snowboard men's field, it was baffling of who to choose, because everybody's so strong, everyone's so good, and like we saw there with Cami, so many of them have been training on the airbag, on the tramps. The tricks are on lock. Their actual edge control on the snowboards is so precise, so perfect. Everyone in the field now is capable of a win. Just kind of depends on who's got the day.
Who's got the day, who's got the luck, who's got the big bag of tricks and a sick line. Yeah, it's been interesting to see Camille training in Les Uns, and we've also seen some of our other riders training there in the off-season, like Liam Rivera, our first Mexican rider, has been training the tricks there in between doing steep lines in Verviers. So I'm really excited to see how he sticks all of those components together and brings something on the face today.
Well, it's definitely working. So, Peak Performance Fun Bet, it's there. It's essentially fantasy league for freeride. If you want to get involved, dive in. Friends, fans, and family, the Freeride World Tour season is upon us. If you want to get involved at home, play the Peak Performance Fun Bet. It's so much fun. You can join leagues of different groups of your friends, and it's so hard. Maybe you bet with your heart, maybe you bet with your head, but it's so tough. So the Peak Performance Fun Bet on choose your favorite riders, decide who you want, and then, well, then you hope. Fingers crossed for your favorite riders. Peak Performance Fun Bet. Get into it.
No? No? Ah, there we are.
Fuck yeah, let's fucking go!
Yeah, let's get it. Shooting day.
Well, our first category of the day is the snowboard women. As you may or may not know, the category order shifts depending on the event, depending on conditions. Sometimes it's just a bit of a luck of the draw, and I think the snowboard women are feeling pretty good about opening things off today.
Yeah, there's a limited amount of snow on the face, so I think they're really excited to have the first take on it. And we've got Michaela Davis-Meehan up first. I'm excited to see her shred it.
Yeah, you can see Erica Vikander there standing on that big prow, just getting herself into the zone. Everybody's got such a different take on the beginning, how to get yourself psyched up for it. So pretty exciting. Let's take a look at which order they're going to run it.
So we've got Michaela Davis-Meehan out of Australia in first position, and then another rookie wild card, Estelle Rizzolio of France. Erica Vikander, she is one of the most experienced riders in the field. And of course, our world champ, Tiffany Ferretin, coming in fifth. Katie Anderson in fourth from Canada, and rounding things off with Anna Orlova.
Yeah, so we saw a couple of wild cards in there. Both of those wild cards were brought on as the runner-up finishers from the Challenger Tour last year. Both Estelle Rizzolio and Michaela Davis-Meehan coming runner-up to Katie Anderson and Anna Orlova, respectively. So both of them earning their way onto the Freeride World Tour into this snowboard women's category. And Michaela going to be kicking things off with a bang, hopefully, as we start the snowboard women's category. Let's take a look at what you thought. Your feelings, your votes here. 78% of you feeling like Erica Vikander is going to get the nod today. Tiffany Ferretin, our world champion, 64%. And then Katie Anderson on a tie with 64% as well. So Erica Vikander with the W here last year, definitely the audience favorite in the Peak Performance Fun Bet.
Erica has a really impressive collection of FWT podiums to her name, and certainly the most experience of the field. So I think that's a pretty safe bet. Well done, audience.
Yeah, you guys know what you're doing out there, and the fans have had their say. The Peak Performance Fun Bet, definitely a great way to get involved. We've got the FWT Podcast League you can join and then bet against Anna and I and Mark Warner, my co-host on the Freeride World Tour podcast. See if you know more about the Freeride World Tour than we do. I'd say it's anybody's guess. I look at these start lists, and it's really hard to choose who you think is going to win because the high level, the skill, the experience, the riding quality, all of it is so high that, I mean, how do you, it's not really a bet, it's more of a guess for me because I think everybody could win, and I want everybody to win.
Absolutely, and I kind of look at the field and I'm like, oh, that person's so fun, I love their style. I'm not necessarily thinking about judging criteria, past history. It's more of a fun thing, and I think that's great. Get involved.
Bet with your heart, bet with your head, however you want to do it, but get involved and see what you're made of. Freeride World Tour, Big Performance Fun Bet.
You can hear the snowboard women getting prepped up there. Last minute adjustments, getting the right tunes to get them in the zone.
Yeah, and a routine, start gate routine, such a critical part of any athlete's journey from from juniors, from the qualifiers and Challenger Tour to the Freeride World Tour. Having that routine that you can just put yourself in the headspace to perform, kind of and tune out all of that outside noise. First of all, how difficult is it? I mean, you've been in the start gate pretty recently.
I think everyone is unique, and I think you need to find what works for you. So if you had a bird's eye view of the start gate, you'll see some riders sitting off down the ridge by themselves, like a little Gandhi, meditating, having a bit of quiet time, and other people will be smiling, dancing, laughing, interacting. So whatever works for you, you've done the prep, you've done your homework, so it's just about putting yourself in a really strong mental state.
Yeah, so for the juniors out there watching this, I know when we go through comp preparation, the Whistler Freeride Club, the kids having that routine absolutely critical. And it might take a little bit of experimentation to find the one thing that's going to work for you, but getting yourself into that mental state where when it's go time, you can kind of leave everything else, but also not put yourself in such an intense state that you lose the joy of what this actually is, a free ride. Because, I mean, if we lose the free and free ride, then, well, we're riding.
Cooked. Stick a fork in it. So I hear that we are very soon going to kick off Snowboard Women, which is exciting for us in the booth and you all watching at home. Can't wait to see it.
All right, so our first rider out of the gate, an Aussie rider. Not too many Aussies in the field over the years. Riding out of Perisher in Australia. She had a couple seasons on the tour, even took a win, and then was back on the Challenger Tour last year and had a great season and pretty exciting. I mean, I heard from the grapevine of the folks who were at Kirkwood that Michaela's run at Kirkwood in the last Challenger Tour run was the best freeride snowboard run they had seen, at least in Region 2, if not overall. So really excited. Michaela's kind of got a new process, a new lease on what she wants to do and how she wants to do it. And just spending time with her at dinner and the hotels and all that kind of stuff, it's a real big change in her mindset. And I am excited to see it play out here. I mean, Michaela's always been a great rider, but as we talked about before, sometimes the routine would be the thing that would put her on the back foot, and I think now she's got that dialed.
Yeah, she's incredibly talented and has had some moments of brilliance, but I think this year she's come back with a laser focus. She's got a coach, she's got healthy living going down, and she has been absolutely sending it.
Okay. Yeah, let me just confirm this last piece of information from him. So the ridges are okay to go over. In the couloirs are good. Heavy debris is soft. And the only thing that you guys were thinking about closing, you're not going to close, but it's not good to ride. Confirm. Thank you. Okay, so
all right, well, just getting a little bit of an inside look there. The judges panel communicating with the women at the top, and then Erica passing that on to the rest of the field. As you said, Anna, she's the most experienced rider in this field by a significant amount, so she's kind of taken on the role, whether reluctantly or not, as the kind of liaison between the rest of the field. She also sits on the Pro Freeriders board, so she's got a big voice in this.
I think she's embracing it, really. She's using her wisdom and sharing it. She's, dedicated to progressing women's freeride by helping the newcomers. It's nice to see.
Yeah, and maybe we should talk about that a little bit, because she puts herself in that position of helping out the other riders. Do you think there's a factor that maybe is giving her competitors a bit of a leg up?
Certainly, but I think that's the joy of the freeride family, is that we're all there for each other. It's an individual sport, but you can't do it alone. So I think her conduct and her kindness is helping the sport.
Yeah, and to me, it's really representative of the entire freeride community, Region 2, Region 1. If you've ever been at a junior comp, it's one of the most sort of heartwarming parts of it. The dog piles in the finish area. It doesn't matter if you stuck your run or you fell. Everyone is here to support each other. And because it's not that head-to-head competition feeling, you just go and do your thing, and then the judges let that play out on their scorecards, but the rest of it is such a community feeling. And almost the time outside of the competition. I mean, yesterday was a powder day here in Baqueira Beret, and all the riders, different nationalities, different modes of snow sliding, all riding together and just enjoying themselves and enjoying kind of recognizing what this is. There were a couple of them that spoke to me and were like, sometimes I just take a step back and say, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe this is what I get to do with this life. And I really like that approach, and I think it's so cool that remains a huge part of freeride.
There's so many riders here, young and old, who are they feel like they're skiing with their idols. They feel so lucky and privileged to be here on the World Tour stage. And I think that community feeling is a big part of their stoke.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you get yourself into this position, and you can see Michaela Davis-Meehan she's in the gate, but she's still getting, you know, getting big ups from the other riders, the other women that are up there, and everybody wants to see each other succeed and each other put down a strong run. And also to just be out here for, I don't know, kind of the fun of it. I mean, this is a pretty special thing that we and they get to do, to ride these big faces in front of the world, and really specifically in front of this massive Spanish crowd. People have come from France. We saw photos of the highway up from Viella today. It was absolutely jammed. Thousands and thousands of people trying to get up here to see the show, and it's really special, and it's a great way to kick off the Freeride World Tour for 2023.
Pretty happy to be here in Spain. The crowd is still filtering through outside the booth. If you struggle to hear us over the crowd's cries, we'll just have to ramp up the volume a bit.
Yeah, we're going to have to match the live announcer. It's absolutely firing out there. The runs, the piece just lined with people. There's a whole party zone, and the vibe around it is just incredible. So hot, so much fire, so much passion in the Spanish snow sports community, and they've all come out here. And there's a few people, I think, that they've come out here specifically to see. There are some local heroes in a few of the categories that are going to get an even louder roar from this predominantly local crowd, but pretty exciting to be kicking things off. The Baqueira Beret Pro, we are moments away from starting here. That start gate on the top of the Basse of her face, just so impressive and imposing. And the triangle of the gate almost matches perfectly the angles of the summit.
It's just peeking out there in amongst all the rocks and sharks. So we'll be watching tentatively as the athletes take their time through that sharky zone on the top ridge before they make it to the judging line to send.
Yeah, the judging line pretty much lines up with the avalanche crown that you can see in the lower right corner of your screen. So the riders will not be judged until they reach that point. It's just a little bit too bare, a little bit too bony, and the organizers deciding that it's not worth somebody losing their whole run just making their way through that minefield of rocks at the top. So we'll kind of see, I think, a bit of a change of pace in the riders, and as we roll into the flow of the competition, it'll start to become obvious where that line is for the viewers at home, and the riders know exactly where it is, where it's time to hit the throttle.
So we're waiting on the edge of our seats for Michaela to drop in. She's ready, she's up there. She's got her A-line.
So if you're just joining us at home, it is the 2023 Baqueira Beret Pro, the first stop on the Freeride World Tour for this year. It's a family reunion of sorts, everybody coming back together after a long summer and fall of not free riding, and now everyone's back. People have, you know, in their various homes have just been going off, getting themselves ready for this exact moment. The start gate nerves, the hearts fluttering. And as the riders all say, the second you push out of the gate, all that goes away, and you're just on snow with yourself and your thoughts and your line, and it feels so good. Up until that moment, it doesn't feel so good. There's a lot of queasy stomachs, there's a lot of nerves, there's a lot of intensity, and the riders all going through their various processes to get themselves through that. But as soon as they push out of the gate, it's on, and everything calms right down, and it just becomes pure focus on riding, which is a beautiful thing.
I think those nerves, though, they can be a little bit addictive as well. So I think riders, I mean, it's an uncomfortable feeling, but that nervousness, the butterflies in your stomach, I think they get pretty locked onto that, and they keep coming back for more.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to look at Reina Barker at 40 years old, and still it's chasing that start gate feeling and the glorious feeling of rolling through the finish arch at the end of a Freeride World Tour run. It's a huge dopamine kick that if you haven't had it, I recommend you get yourself out to a 1-star, 2-star freeride comp somewhere near you. If you're a kid, get into the junior scene. The junior scene absolutely exploding. We got over 4,000 athletes in just juniors alone in the IFSA Region 2 series. So it is exploding in popularity, and it's not hard to see why when you look at the scenes from these beautiful Pyrenean mountains here up in Spain. We're just right up at the tip. You can see all the way across. We've got France, we've got Andorra just around the corner here. All of it visible from the summit of the Basse of her face. Looking down at the rider's eye view, what they see. Pretty intense up there.
Pretty intense. You can see the huge crowd just lining up along the edge of the piste and our event village.
Yeah, I've got to give huge props to the local crews that have come out here, built these event villages, and the Freeride World Tour team working tirelessly into the night to get everything set up. you know, moving things around. This is a discipline that requires a huge amount of flexibility, and you can get a whole bunch of work done and then have to redo it all because something changes, the wind blows from a different direction or something, and all of a sudden you got to move the finish or the start or the timing or any of it. Extremely hard work by a massive crew of dedicated people who are really doing this for the love.
Bit of organized chaos, and the FWT crew, they know the playbook, but they've also got amazing help from the local organization and a stream of volunteers who are just here because they saw the competition last year and they were so hyped on it that they wanted to get involved.
So we're getting word that we are just under 1 minute away from our first rider dropping in to the 2023 Freeride World Tour season, a minute away from the action kicking off. Snowboard women topping things off this season, starting the whole season. How do you think Michaela's feeling about dropping the first rider of the entire season?
Well, I think there's a lot of pressure for her, but she's been on tour before. This is not her first rodeo. And as we said, she's been dedicated to the cause. She's been training and she is ready. So I can't wait to see her ride.
Yeah, here we're getting that overhead look. You can see the crown that was popped out by the early ski cut. We did have that new snow with a bit of wind transport. So we are rolling on up to the top. And there you see the lonely start gate and the Aussie rider out of Perisher, Michaela Davis-Meehan. This is her third season on the tour, but she was back at the Challengers last year, finishing runner-up. And she has been training, she has been preparing. She's got a win on the Freeride World Tour in this same mountain range just around the corner in Andorra. And we are off for Freeride World Tour 23.
Michaela Davis-Meehan on course, working her way down through the sharks, dodging them, and trying to find where she's going to drop into her line.
Yeah, so just as a reminder, if you're just joining us, this section of the course of the face is not going to be judged. The rider's given a very specific line below which they will be judged, above which they will not, because it was just deemed to be too rocky to be included in the competition face. And the new snow, while it did a lot, it hides a lot of the rocks, but it hasn't given them full coverage and given anybody the confidence to go full speed and full send in that zone.
So we can see Michaela down from the ridge in the center of the face. She's getting into a pretty techie couloir there, and it still seems quite rocky. She's seen a forerunner come through this section before, so has confidence in the snow and starting to link some turns there. And it looks good. She's throwing up some snow.
Yeah, so Michaela into the meat of her run in this absolutely gigantic couloir now, just floating and playing with that sunshade line. Goofy foot rider, or sorry, regular foot rider riding out of Australia, catching an air there, looking like a little bit of a butt check, but continuing things on for Michaela.
She's lining up another air at the bottom of that couloir, riding out super strong with a lot of pace. She's going to find something else for us in the center there.
It looks like it. Michaela cutting over. There are still some features with a big one at the bottom.
And a tumble, but she stopped herself there. She's all right. She is making her way down to the finish. So not the start that Michaela Davis-Meehan wanted from her premiere onto Freeride World Tour 23, but it's always good to get some vertical meters under the feet.
Yeah, looking like that last one. Not sure if she just got a little stuck in the rocks. The big question mark for a lot of the riders today is what is under this new snow that fell in the last couple of days. There's definitely some hidden hazards. The snow pretty light and dry, so it did a great job of hiding the rocks, not necessarily covering them in a way that you can ride over them. So we'll catch another look at this, Anna.
So this is the top section of her run, and she's just finding her way into that couloir, navigating the sharks. And the snow does look decent. And this, our view is a little obstructed by that tree, but I think she might have been a bit forward and tumbled.
Yeah, the old do it behind the tree so the judges can't see it technique. That's a strong move, a veteran move on the Freeride World Tour. So unfortunate there for Michaela, going down a little bit, but she is the first rider. She broke the seal on the tour for 2023. The judges are going to have a good look at that extremely technical zone at the top in that steep couloir for Michaela Davis-Meehan, and now she's going to wait for the score. Probably not going to be the score she was hoping for when she was standing in the start gate, but she is down safe, and that's a huge one, and we'll call that a win for her and for us.
Waiting tentatively for the score. So we've got her line score is pretty jacked there. She went into a really technical zone that obviously was docked on control.
All right, so the judges calling a 35 for Michaela Davis-Meehan. Couple control issues in that one. Strong line, but unfortunately not able to put it all together top to bottom, which is really the wizardry of this freeride sport. To be able to, it's not just one thing, and it's constantly changing in a really fluid environment, so extremely difficult top to bottom, especially when the conditions have a few question marks around them. But I will say, just from watching that, a fairly decent amount of good snow in there. So we are straight back to the top. There's no resting on the Freeride World Tour. Our next rider riding out of France, she was also the runner-up on the Challenger Tour in Region 1, similar to Michaela in Region 2. And she now, Estelle Rizzolio, waiting for her turn to put her take and paint this canvas in the way that she feels good about. Estelle, a pretty exciting rider. She's been at this for a while, and this is her first crack at the Freeride World Tour, so really looking forward to see what she's got on the table for us.
Estelle's actually the only fresh face in snowboard women category. We have other wildcards and rookies, of course, but they've actually been on tour before. So I'm excited to see what she makes of it.
Yeah, the veteran rookies, as we've been calling them, rookies.
Fake rookies.
Yeah, they're back on the tour, but they were on the tour before for various reasons. Were off, either taking personal time or getting cut in other seasons, and now back. Michaela, one of them. Anna Orlova, another one. Estelle, a true rookie on the Freeride World Tour, and you can see just what a precarious position that start gate is in on the top of the base of her face. It's the pinnacle of Baqueira Beret, the absolute top of the resort. Riders having to hike up from the backside to access this, and then ideally giving themselves a little bit of time to calm the nerves, to get themselves competition ready. As Estelle Rizzolio anxiously waiting for the word, making sure the bindings are done up. There's a lot of pieces that need to be correctly put into place for a Freeride World Tour to happen, or a Freeride World Tour run, I'm sorry, to happen from a rider. So those last-minute goggle checks and binding checks and everything to make sure it's all functioning the way it's supposed to, so they can put down their absolute dream line. A nice little smile there, cheeky smile from our French rider Estelle Rizzolio. She's a coder and a DJ, and she said her goal is to decrypt and destroy systems of oppression. So we support that, I think, hugely for Estelle. She's out here to make a difference.
A strong feminist.
All right, Estelle Rizzolio, 37 years old. She's been on the qualifiers, and now she is here ready to decrypt and destroy the face as well as the systems of oppression. French snowboarder Estelle Rizzolio dropping in.
She is a goofy rider, heading down the ridge with quite a bit of pace, really, considering the sharks that we've got to deal with up there today. So she is not messing around.
So Anna, although this isn't being judged, do you think there's a little bit of a strategic thought here of put yourself into your run with a bit of pace, with a bit of energy, so when you hit that judging line, you're already firing?
I'm feeling that energy from Estelle for sure. I think that's the mentality she's bringing into it. It's her first run ever on the Freeride World Tour, and she is going at it. Coming up to the judging line there, going full speed.
All right, so right around here is where we're going to see the judges. Oh, and exactly that. The first feature she hit was bang on the line. So Estelle Rizzolio wasting no time getting into a run and right into this technical section. You can see that big pillar towering over, separating the two couloirs, and Estelle moving into the rider's left side.
Maybe a little bit less snow in here. The security team released a little slab before the competition started, so we might have lost a bit of that new snow that came in. She's taking off another good cliff there and riding out strong. Coming down, did she have a little touchdown there on that hillside turn?
Yeah, maybe a deep hillside slash. The judges will have that in their binos, so they'll know for sure. And yeah, good point, Anna. So Estelle getting right off the nose of that one. Oh, and going over the front.
And taking a real tumble there. She did touch down some rocks, so I hope she's feeling okay.
Now you can see her flying out over that deposit that was cut out by the ski guides early this morning. I think, Anna, it's really important that we touch on the fact that where things have slid, the rider's surface, the surface that they're actually riding on, is firm bed surface. It's I'd say, especially for the snowboarders, extremely difficult to engage an edge in that snow.
Engage an edge and control your speed as well. So you can see it's not quite, she's not throwing off as much snow as Michaela was in her couloir. But that was a solid stomp, straight into a technical turn, another little air there.
Yeah, getting that backside slash to control the speed, and then making her way down now into this completely fresh zone, and right off that nose, biting off a big chunk, and unfortunately just getting hung up on the landing end and going over the front, and then luckily was able to direct herself a bit in that tumble away from those rocks.
Yeah, I'm hoping she doesn't have too many bumps and bruises from that one.
Yeah, so the security equipment required, riders all wearing a back protector, all wearing avalanche transceivers, shovel and probe in the backpack, helmets required. So Estelle Rizzolio dropping the score quickly there, so it's a 50. So riders definitely going to be needing to stay on their feet to put down a high score here in this competition and in this category of the competition, snowboard women. So far, conditions challenging. We talked about this a lot with the riders. Everybody needing to ride to the conditions as they are, not as you wish they are. So if you you're watching here and it looks a little tentative, well, they're riding on old bed surface. It's extremely firm, and board control, I think, is going to be the name of the game here in the snowboard women's category.
And we'll likely have some athletes at the top that are keeping tabs on what's going on the face. They've probably got an A line, a B line, or some features that they can add in or take away. And because we've had the first two riders tumble, maybe they're looking at dialing it back a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's wise, honestly. Riding to the conditions is an absolutely integral part of freeride competition. There's always that feeling of the TV cameras are out, I need to send it, but also you need to finish your run, and you need to be in the finish area safe and unscathed. So riding to the conditions as they are is going to be a huge part of the strategy. Now, interesting question, two rookies, two falls. We have our next rider in the gate is anything but a rookie, and she's got the experience on her side, so it'll be interesting to see the strategy that Erica Vikander is going to bring into this as she drops in, because she's got probably almost as much experience as the rest of the field combined.
I would say so, and I think that in other competitions that have been challenging, Erica's often the one to stay on her feet. She's a very smooth rider, linking her turns, amazing board control. So that is what I'm hoping to see from her today.
Yeah, I think it's pretty likely that we will. Erica Vikander, she's in the gate there, just getting the exact song she wants. She's been on the tour. She's 32 years old. Last year, locked in a head-to-head battle with the eventual tour champion, Tiffany Perreton. Erica coming second overall, which is her best finish overall on the Freeride World Tour. And Erica Vikander now on course here at Baqueira Beret.
Goofy rider making her way down the ridge, adjusting her backpack a little bit. She's chill because she is not being judged right now. We've got that judging line a little bit further down the face, away from all the sharks that they're navigating up there. So she is taking her time and working herself into comp zone.
Yeah, and the riders were really grateful for that judging line to be placed where it was, because nobody wants to go at full throttle through this shark field and risk, losing your run at the top when it hasn't even started just by hitting a rock. The wind pushes across that top ridge pretty much all the time, so it's definitely a little bit more scoured and then gets deposited a bit further down the face. So Erica now into the meat of things and getting ready to kick things off in this extremely technical zone.
Again on that hard bed beneath the slab that was released this morning, working her way into the same couloir as Estelle.
Yeah, one of the things that really stands out to me about Erica's riding is the heel side turn. She always has control on that heel side, which for a snowboarder is the scary side. You're sliding down, you don't have your toes gripping in, but she handles it on all of the comp faces. So far, so good here, looking good for Erica.
Smooth as butter, not having any issues navigating through that couloir. Taking off some smaller features, I think she's potentially seen that people have had trouble so far on the face, so She is riding smart.
Well, this is veteran strategy from Erica Vikander. This is why we see her on podiums and in the hunt for the Freeride World Tour overall title. You have to recognize the conditions and ride them for what they are, and that's exactly what Erica Vikander has done there. Smart riding and a solid run for Erica. You can see this board control here in the upper section. That is rock hard. She's moving snow around, but what the edges are digging into is not soft.
And in terms of technique and control, yeah, you can see those are well scored because she's just linking turns on that really tricky snow in a steep face.
Yeah, and putting herself onto that diagonal across there, I think it's a little head shake. But again, I mean, strategize and ride it for what it is. That's what Erica's done. So she is down. She is at the bottom. She's going to stand in front of our lovely Baqueira Beret Pro backdrop, and a 69.33 for Erica. So a big step up from the other two scores, and that's going to put her straight into the hot seat. Big hug. You heard her say to the Estelle there, got down in one piece. That's the goal.
Absolutely killing it. So in the Dina Star hot seat, we'll see if she will stay there. We've still got 3 more riders, and all 3 of them are experienced tour riders, even our rookie, Anna Orlova. So let's see what runs they've got in store for us.
Wow, that was hard.
It was hard. I can appreciate that from my very comfortable seat in the commentary booth.
Oh yeah, so we are halfway through the snowboard women's field here, the Baqueira Beret Pro. Beautiful Spain, absolutely just turning on the disco lights for us. The sun's out, we've got a bit of fresh snow. It's a little deceiving from what it looks like to what it rides like. Now back to the top. We have our Canadian rider riding out of Fernie, Katie Anderson. She didn't make the cut last year for FWT finals. She went back to the Challenger Tour and was successful, won the overall Region 2 Challenger Tour and put herself right back onto the Freeride World Tour. Border Cross World Cup is Katie's background. You know the board control, and you know she's not afraid of a bit of speed.
She is a strong rider, and I think she's really stoked to be back on tour. She seems to be in a really good state of mind, and we're stoked to see her drop in.
1, drop in.
A little shifty there at the top. And looking very comfortable as she makes her way down the ridge through the swarm of sharks. And really hard snow. You can see the wind's been at it.
Yeah, the texture of the surface up there is really clear that it's been blowing hard. We did get some new snow, but up there it's just been either pressed or completely stripped off the top of the face. So the judging line going a little bit lower for the riders to give them an opportunity to get safely through this section and not have to kind of risk too much in an area where there are lots and lots of little hidden rocks and not so hidden rocks, as you can see by the view on your screen. Katie still above that line, so just making her way down to where she's going to hit the throttle. Saying she's got a fairly conservative plan, but she also had a Sendy plan depending on what she saw before her and what she felt like pushing out of the start gate.
So she can really, the riders have been instructed to take their time until that judging zone because everyone wants them to make it there in one piece.
All right,
and
so
I think she's in it now. So.
Yeah, officially into the run now. Katie Anderson going. We haven't seen anybody yet in this rider's right side of the face. Definitely, as you see below her, some questionable areas, but Katie finding a fall line hit there and controlling her speed on the heel side. Katie Anderson riding regular foot as we see her now into this low section and another one. So Katie Anderson making short work of this upper section.
Playing with that sun shadow line and throwing up some snow. This is looking like a good little mini golf line.
A third hit there, catching the nose of her board with her hand, moving over for another one. So Katie really maximizing the line, and now into the glorious POW field at the bottom. This section is probably, honestly, the best snow on the face. It had a little bit of sun on it and allowed it to consolidate yesterday, and a clean, strong run there for Katie Anderson.
So thrilled to see that from her, coming back on tour after requalifying and just putting down a pretty decent run in some really challenging conditions.
Yeah, Katie going back to the Challenger Tour last year and really having her way with it. A really strong campaign, proving herself, and
You can hear the crowd go wild as she's waving her glove. I don't think that's a claim. I think that's just like, I am so stoked I landed my run.
So Katie said that she was really jealous of the skiers because they could twirl their pole above their head, and she wished there was something in snowboarding that was the equivalent. Well, she found it. The dummy strap on the glove providing her the helicopter mitt that she really wanted. So Anna, take us through this replay.
So she has put together quite a few features for us. They're not huge, but she's linked them together beautifully with great board control in between. So you can see control is really well jacked, and air and style and technique is also good. Strong line from Katie.
Yeah, I really like that one. So 2 times grabbing the board on the way down. Even Erica, you know, it's a tough one when you're in the hot seat and you watch somebody else put down a strong run, as you're like, oh, that's cool, but also I like where I'm sitting here. So Katie Anderson
in this hot seat.
Katie Anderson all smiles as the judges get to work, ticking off the criteria, and they're going to decide which one of these women they felt had the stronger run. Both of them veteran riding out there. Katie Anderson putting that board across background to use as we see the score coming in. It's an 80 for Katie.
Nice
a Katie
work.
80 on the board, and Katie Anderson putting herself right where she wants to be. Big hugs from Erica Vikander. So the judges really digging that line. You know what I think she was able to do was piece together a bunch of features. Erica had a couple, but over on that rider's left, it delivered rider's right, looker's left, delivered a few more opportunities to get the board off the ground and put a bit of line score on the table.
Definitely. And the snow also, I think, looked better where Katie picked her line, which makes it easy to show some beautiful snowboarding.
Yeah, listening to the local Baqueira Beret freeride coach, Christian, this morning, he said that side of the face, the snow is going to be better. It's been less wind affected. So we're looking here at our next rider, Anna.
Tiffany Pereton. She was a rookie in 2022 and took out the overall title. So she is back full of confidence and ready to rumble.
Yeah, so French rider, but living in Verbier, arguably the spiritual home of freeride in Europe, the home of the biggest event on the tour, and Tiffany using that training ground to her advantage. It put her on the top step of the podium in the overall last year and a couple of wins on the tour. So Tiffany Pereton now pushing herself out of the start gate to begin her 2023 campaign.
And she was all smiles this morning. She seemed really excited to get stuck in, and she is charging through that top zone, dodging the hard pack, dodging the rocks.
So Tiffany Pereton going to make her way down to the judging line, as we've said, and we want to keep you posted. The judging doesn't start until the riders have completed this minefield up top. The organizers not wanting anybody to lose their run in this section, so they'll hit that line, and then you'll see them hit the throttle and open things up for the full freeride experience. Tiffany going into the same zone up top as we saw Katie Anderson make her way to. Right now looking like a smart play.
Definitely, the snow looks great on this side of the venue, and now she is inside that judging zone. So I think we'll see her start to turn it up.
All right, so Tiffany now just playing with that sun shadow line. She sees Katie's track, so she knows she's in the right spot, popping off there just over that traverse track. You can see the old ski cut, and now the first one putting a track into that wind lip. It saw a lot of play last year, and now Tiffany Pereton into a brand new area that we haven't seen anybody in so far yet.
She's hopping up onto this shelf, which has a few opportunities to hop back into the couloir, but they're pretty sizey. She is taking it on and takes a tumble.
Unfortunately, going over the bars there, just a little bit too much pressure on that front foot for Tiffany and going down.
I think that air into the couloir has a pretty short transition, but she is riding out, arms out, had a good time, took a tumble, but sent it.
Yeah, Tiffany Pereton definitely known for that. She's not afraid to go big. She's going to put down something that she wants to, or she wants to put down something that she feels proud of looking back, and that was definitely the attempt there. Unfortunately, not 100% working out for Tiffany Pereton, as we can hear the Spanish crowd absolutely lapping it up out here.
They are into it. They celebrate her for giving it a good nudge. Here comes the cliff with a little tumble, and as I mentioned, the transition is quite short before you automatically kind of hit the bottom of the couloir, and I think she might have been too forwards there.
Yeah, it looks like it. You know, having that, having a bit of pressure on the front foot, it's always a gamble when you don't know exactly what you're airing into on a snowboard of how much pressure on the front foot versus laying the tail down first to try to stay up. But if it's harder than you expect, then you end up backslapping. So you kind of roll the dice on your balance point. And for that one, Tiffany Periton earning herself a 30.67.
But she is all smiles. She has the best vibes. I've never seen her nervous and quiet. She's always smiling, laughing before and after comps, win or lose.
So Katie Anderson now has one more challenger to her position in the hot seat, but it's a dangerous one. Anna Orlova is up there at the top. Katie Anderson is down there at the bottom. One of these women has the potential to be the winner here at the Baqueira Beret Pro in the snowboard women. Anna Orlova, another rider, earning her way back. She was cut from the tour, or didn't make the cut, and earned her way back through the Challenger Tour, going through the motions. The Challenger Tour definitely proving to be popular with the riders. You know, if you don't make the cut into FWT finals, you don't have to take a full year lap around through the entire qualifier tour. The Challenger gives the opportunity for the up-and-coming qualifier riders and the cut tour riders to meet and battle it out to see who's going back to the tour. So 32 years old, this is season 1, but she's been around, and Anna Orlova is on course.
Definitely proved her mettle on the Challenger Tour, and now she's excited to be back. I think she missed the Freeride family here, and so she is tearing it up down the ridge through the zone that is not being judged. So let's see where she's going to take us to on the face.
Yeah, Anna, another one that described to me this morning, she had two completely different options. She had a safety line and she had a bad girl line, and she was going to decide in the start gate which one it was for competition time. We've seen smart strategy pay off so far, and good decision making pay off so far in the snowboard women's category. Conditions are tricky. You got to ride with what you're given. Ride to the surface. So over on this rider's left side now, Anna Orlova passing that judging line and making her way into this steep couloir.
Some decent snow in there. She's throwing it up as she makes her way down, linking turns. Looking for her first feature.
And you can see a little bit of a push there. I think that one might have had a bit more kick on it than she was expecting. This is the mystery right now with some of these features.
She's popped another little one there, trying to find some bigger features. Airing into the couloir, which looked difficult, but she's got it under control, no tumbles.
Yeah, so solid there. 3 features in the couloir, airing out now over the slough debris pile at the bottom. And Anna riding out now through the powder field. You can see Anna Smoothie, as it gets tracked, it starts to get a little bit more rough underfoot. You lose that smoothness of surface underneath, and riders really needing to stay on point with their balance to stay on top of their boards.
It's also worth mentioning that our judging line is cut off before the finish line as well. Let's see her airs here into that couloir.
Yeah, that was a risky one there, and I think the judges are going to like that. Anytime you're airing in an area of consequence, the line score definitely pushes up, and taking that air in the gut of the couloir, where it's really narrow, is definitely a bold move there for Anna Orlova, and rewarded. She was clean top to bottom. A couple moments where she needed to use that heel side edge to control the speed. And going down when she had her board off. Some of these riders much more comfortable with their boards under their feet than they are when they take them off.
In the finish corral, waving to the fans, waiting for her score.
Yeah, anxious moments for both of these riders. Definitely that one is a contender. Whether it's going to challenge Katie, whether it's going to challenge Erica, we're going to see the judges now getting to work on it. And anxious moments for both of these riders, as Katie hoping she's going to hold on to that hot seat position, and Anna Orlova hoping she's going to take it on. It's a tough call for the judges' line score. You know, they both had a reasonable number of features, very different areas of the face, so the comparison is definitely tricky for the judges, but that's why they're in those judging seats. They know what they're looking at.
So there we have the scores to beat.
So the 80.00 for Katie Anderson, Erica Vikander sitting on a 69.33, and then the other three riders all faced with significant issues in their runs. Anna, no real control issues there for her run. Is it going to be enough to knock Katie Anderson off the Dynastar hot seat? Anxious moments indeed.
They're obviously having some debates. This is not the speediest score that's come in today, so they're giving it some good consideration. I think Katie had beautiful fluidity, amazing board technique, which might have spoken to her choice of line. I think that side of the face is not quite so steep. The snow looked beautiful, so maybe that was an easier line. So, I mean, it's a give and take. We can see her line there.
Yeah, and the line choice, that's really the delicate tightrope of it, is choosing the line that you can slay from top to bottom. And that's always difficult because you might want to choose the most difficult, the most technical part of the face, but then if you're not able to move through it fluidly and quickly, then things are going to start to fall off in some of the other categories. So it's definitely a delicate balance.
I think we should get a camera in the judges' booth and see if they're having some arguments in there.
Well, Anna.
Here we go. Thank you very much.
Just waiting anxiously as we see the judges. I mean, they have the criteria that they're working with. They're taking copious notes during the run, and now is the time where they're really comparing them and deciding whether the line on one side or the other side, the number of features, all those little bonus points they get for the airs. I think one thing that leans a little bit in Katie's favor is two of the airs that she hit, she was able to get grabs in on, which shows kind of a mastery of control and also technique. All of those things really start to bump up when you show them that not only are you flying off something, but you're in complete control of your situation at the time, and that definitely is strong for Katie. But Anna's run definitely in a steeper part of the face, so that's going to factor in as well.
And more technical, she had rocks either side of her. She had to make critical turns in various places, which she wasn't able to do as beautifully, fluidly as Katie did, but that speaks to the zone that she was in, which bumps up her score. So I don't envy the judges today.
I don't envy the judges any day. I think they have one of the most difficult jobs on the Freeride World Tour, but they are so talented, they're so experienced, and they know exactly what they're looking at. I mean, the group of people that we have sitting in there, from Lolo Bess, Bertie Deneveau, Rachel Croft, and Laurent Gauthier. So it's a 72 for Anna Orlova, so that's going to slot her right in between Katie Anderson and Erica Vikander. So big hugs there as we have a winner in one category so far. Katie Anderson with the W, veteran riding for the third place there from Erica Vikander, finding herself on another Freeride World Tour podium right where she loves to be and where she's extremely comfortable. And Anna Orlova coming in on top. So here we go, the final rankings for snowboard women. Katie Anderson, the Canadian rider out of Fernie, taking the gold. Anna Orlova riding out of Courmayeur in Switzerland with the second place silver medal, and Erica Vikander right there still in the hunt with a podium finish. And all three of these women, all smiles at the bottom. So what a great way to kick things off.
So thrilled for Katie after she didn't qualify for the Freeride World Tour finals last year to re-qualify on the Challenger Tour. It's an incredible, vindicating moment for her to come back and take the big W. Yeah, an
FWT Katie 2.0. Last year it was her first run on the Freeride World Tour here in Baqueira Beret, and it was way overly mellow. She went into a couloir, she rode the couloir, she didn't really hit any airs, didn't work out for her. But this year, coming back with a new mindset, and she just earned herself 10,000 points toward the overall title. Anna Orlova, of course, in second. So these overall rankings right now are going to match exactly the event rankings that we just saw come out. So those three women putting themselves in strong. The other three women, Michaela Davis-Meehan, Estelle Rizzolio, and our current reigning tour champion Tiffany Perrotin, going to be going back to the drawing board in Ordino to try to put themselves on that top step of the podium.
So we'll cross to ask Katie some questions.
All right, down to the finish line. Katie Anderson taking the big W at Baqueira Beret Pro. Katie, describe what went into choosing that line and how it felt to ride it.
It was a last-minute line choice for me. All mine were in a different zone that looked a little icy now. And I picked it last minute, and it worked out really well. The snow was awesome, and yeah, it was fun.
Very good last-minute decision-making. Well done, Katie. We're so thrilled for you to take the win home today.
Thank you.
All right, well, Katie Anderson with the win here on stop number 1 of the Freeride World Tour, bringing home a gold for Canada, and all smiles as we see Katie's run again, top to bottom, just a mastery of board control, line selection, and last minute, but she knew it was there, and Katie Anderson taking the win.
Y aquí comienza ahí los tenéis, 22.
Well, the action never stops on the Freeride World Tour, and we are going to be rolling straight into the snowboard men's division. This is an absolutely stacked category. Talented riders from top to bottom. We've got experienced veterans. We've got brand new rookies. We've got everything in between. We are going to see fireworks in this category, guaranteed.
So we are kicking off the snowboard men's category with Hans Minnick, brother of Nils and a wild card for this season on the Freeride World Tour. We're excited to see him. Jonathan Penfield, who has been on the World Tour before and is re-qualified on the Challenger Series. Ludo Guillaudiat of France, who is an experienced rider. And we've also got a few new fresh faces like our rookie wild card, Enzo Nilo.
Yeah, tons of really interesting storylines here in the snowboard men's category. You know, we've got a bunch of the veterans that are looking to kind of cement their spots, and then of course the rookies and wild cards. So let's see what you thought about who was going to take the W here today.
So Cody Bramwell is up there at the top with 74%. Camille Armand, another sure bet. And also nice to see our season wildcard Hans Minnick in there with 52%. Obviously, he has made a splash in film projects, and people are confident that he is going to bring the heat on tour.
I think those votes represent a very knowledgeable crowd out there in peak performance fun bet land. Hans Minnick might not be super well known in the freeride competition scene, but he is extremely well known in the snowboard world. We've seen him pull some of the most mind-bending moves out there. His entrance into the Kings and Queens venue at Jackson Hole at Corbett's Couloir, it was one of the highlight reel snowboard moves of ever. The air or back three to wall ride. I mean, Hans Minnick, we were chatting about it this morning, and he said it was one of those things that 9 years out of 10 that move doesn't go. But the wind, the snow conditions, a little bit of the right mindset in the morning put him in the mood for it. And he said, you know, even looking at it and thinking about how he felt before it now still freaks him out, and likely a thing that he maybe wouldn't be super down to do again. But of course, yeah, providing just an incredible visual for everybody out there, and the Peak Performance Fun Bet folks definitely getting behind that. So you guys definitely recognizing that Hans has what it takes. His brother, Niels Midnick, Freeride World Tour champion as a wild card in his own right, says that Hans is by far the best snowboarder in the family. So
that's a heavy title to carry. And yeah, as you say, he's the full package. He's got freestyle skills, he's got backcountry skills, he's got board handling skills. I think he's also a winner of the legendary Baqueira bank slalom. So let's see how he brings that heat to the tour.
Yeah, if you've got a win in the bank slalom and a win in the Kings and Queens, you're doing something right on your snowboard. So Hans Midnick, the Goofy Foot rider, is on course, making his way down towards the judging line.
He is looking very chill on the ridge there, slashing some turns. Not too fussed about all the sharks we've got up there hiding in the snow, or that hard pack from all the wind we've had here on the venue.
Yeah, and I like to see that air high five as he passed one of the ski men as they're making their way up to the start gate. They're going to be dropping a little bit later. What a great spirit. Hans Midnick, you know, I didn't know him before. I knew his brother, a huge fan of Nils, and Hans just really continuing the tradition of awesome Midnick boys on the Freeride World Tour. Lovely to be around, and making his way into a completely untracked zone, Anna.
Wow, spitting his way into that couloir, maybe a little nose hand drag there into it as well. And just working his way down this couloir, making it look so easy.
Yeah, so definitely putting himself into an extremely technical spot. There's no way out of this couloir without airing, and Hans now coming down to the closeout, airing over and with the slough, going down there on the heel side, or maybe not. The powder cloud hides all, and airing out of the zone now, picking up a ton of speed.
Bringing out a lot of pace onto the bottom of the bowl there, and that looked like such a fun run.
Yeah, extremely technical section. We looked at that closeout couloir. A lot of people unsure about how sharky it was going to be in the chute, and as well as taking off on that air. When you put yourself into that situation that you know there's no way out of, it's a commitment right from this moment, pretty much, the very top. But how about spinning into that, over all that exposure? What a bold move there from Hans Midnick.
And it was just a little piece of snow. It's not like it was a solid takeoff. Here comes that closeout air, riding his slough, putting a little butt check down there, but regaining composure and sending the rest of his line. So that was a pretty speedy run, I would say.
It was, yeah, and you could see there when Hans landed, he got his board really rapidly across the fall line, which creates a whole bunch of pressure really quickly, and it can be hard to hold on to that on the heel side edge. Often it's going to knock you back. You know, you kind of saw him bounce off his butt and back up. So you got to be a little bit patient sometimes with the fall line there. Hans Midnick, so putting down a 55.33 for his debut on the Freeride World Tour.
Bottom of the cliff was just ice.
Oh, bottom of the cliff was ice, he said. I think he's talking about that closeout cliff. Maybe not the soft landing he was anticipating.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that these riders are faced with. We've got the new snow, but before this new snow, it was firm out there. And the riders kind of wondering as they ride what the surface is going to feel like. We saw some riders in the snowboard women's category getting, you know, having the board bog and punch fronting. That was the other way. He went a bit back. It was a little too hard. And we mentioned before, you do have to decide while you're in the air which foot you're going to lay the pressure into in the landing. And honestly, at this stage of this competition, it's a bit of a coin flip. All right, well, straight back up, Jonathan Penfield. This guy, one of the smartest men on tour, biochemist by trade. He is a Verbier champion of the Extreme. Worked his way back onto the tour through the Challenger Tour, and now he's back here and extremely excited to be back with the Freeride World Tour family.
Yeah, I think as he exited the tour, he had some back issues, but he's been home training, is feeling strong, fit, and ready for Freeride World Tour 2023. And he definitely does not look like an old man with a sore back on course right now as he makes his way down to the judging line. He's looking very comfy and speedy.
Yeah, Jonathan's got a nice combination of skills. He's extremely comfortable in the ultra steeps, but he's also got a pretty deep bag of freestyle tricks, which he doesn't always bring out, and it almost seemed like when he does, it's a surprise. So catching an airplane turn there, putting himself into the fall line, and now getting across through those rocks.
In the center of the face there, where you are down on the base of the snow, it's really hard, but maybe he's going to try and find some fresh powder over on this side. Spinning across there into the couloir. Big turn. That was a thing of beauty.
Yeah, that toe side slash after the 360. Another airplane there to exit. Now Jonathan's wanting to get out of this slough pile, the debris, definitely rattly, get himself into that powder. So putting up a solid campaign there for John Powell. You know, he loves riding powder, he loves riding pillows, trying to find his desired run on this face. He was kind of umming and ahhing, deciding which way he was going to go, but looking like a solid one for John Powell there, as the local crowd just blowing up as he makes his way across the flats. American rider, but living in Squamish in the Sea to Sky corridor, and almost through the finish arch where there's just going to be a huge wave of relief across his shoulders.
So here is his line, spinning backside 3 into that couloir, looking solid, just so comfortable, just goes into that critical turn. That was such a sick little moment in his line.
Yeah, I don't want to make any wild claims, but I think that front side slash is going to be showing up in some photos and video slow-mos. John Powell with a 70, so a solid score there for Jonathan Penfield. He's going to be sitting in the hot seat and waiting for the rest of the field to see what they're going to have to say about that, but a really strong start. You know, I got to give credit, a lot of credit to Jonathan for being the experience level that he was and still being totally willing and humble enough to go back to the Challenger Tour and earn his way back. And he kind of had his way with the field in the Challenger Tour, clearly standing above the, you know, at a higher caliber, and that just showed why. I mean, he is a tour rider and he's right where he belongs.
Yeah, he certainly made a strong campaign, and now he is back on tour and making a mark.
All right, well, you get the whole picture of the Baqueira face. You can see the rider's left side a little bit more shaded, the rider's right side a little bit more in the sun. We've seen that play out in the snow quality on both sides. Not so much slough running, a little bit better bond over on that rider's right side. All right, we are back to the top. 37 years old, Ludo Giodia. Last year, he was on the podium a couple of times. I feel like last year was a real kind of watershed moment for Ludo, finding himself right in the mix at the top end of the Freeride World Tour. We'd seen him on and off the tour, re-qualifying kind of better than the Challenger riders, but not quite at the tour level to be on the podium. And then last year, he really found it. He is on course now, Anna.
Yep, just working his way down the ridge there, and you're right, he had a fantastic year, 2 podiums on the Freeride World Tour 2022. He's excited for this season on tour, and you can see him come in with some real energy into the top of his line here. Approaching the judging zone right about now.
Blowing up a huge smoke cloud, then riding over to this rider's left side. You can see a few tracks in there, definitely firm surface underneath, and Ludo taking right down the middle, staying in the fall line, picking up speed, one of the strongest riders on tour. Board control on that heel side edge.
That was incredible, and he's got another air lined up if he can make enough speed. That was, he made it, but it felt like he needed a little more speed for that one. Maybe catching a shark on the entrance to this one, but he's certainly linked together some serious features and is taking so much speed out through the debris there. He held it together. Wow.
Oh, Ludo riding the razor's edge on that one, stomping the upper one there. He was maybe a little shorter than he wanted to be, and then the next one super clean, but picking up a ton of speed on the outrun over that debris field. So Ludo, really, really strong run.
He was so committed to that line. Like, I think so many people would have been like, oh, I haven't quite nailed it, I'm gonna just ride it out, but he was like, no, critical turn, make my next air. That was a great run from Ludo.
Yeah, and that speaks to kind of what we were saying before about staying in the fall line sometimes is the option. Even though it feels so scary, it allows you to stay in control until you're balanced. Really cool entrance to that section.
He almost made that a double, or is it just that he was riding down some rocks as he came off that cliff? We have to ask him a question about that one.
And then so stomped on this one and just staying in the fall line. Scary, but necessary. If he put his board sideways there, 100% chance he goes down, but he didn't. And the the judging criteria just lit up there, and an 86 for Ludo Guillot. Absolutely stellar run from top to bottom, putting himself into the hot seat. So the Frenchman all smiles in the finish area as he high-fives John Pau and takes his seat rightfully in the hot seat. A really strong run there for Ludo.
That was such a heater. Having a little wheelie out the bottom there.
Good job.
Good job indeed.
Well, Ludo taking his spot, the Dynastar hot seat. Big smile on his face. That was committed, that was technical, and extremely powerful riding there for Ludo Guillot. Just laying, like you said, over the slough pile on that back foot, keeping the nose out, not letting anything take anything away from it. Camille Armand back to the top. He's been on the tour for a few years. He took a win last year at Kicking Horse, another rider who really found his groove last year, started sticking runs, and put himself right into the hunt with Blake Moeller for the overall title. He's on course now.
And he actually took second place here last year on the Bass of a Face, so he knows it. He's ready to rumble. I think he's missing his FWT roommate and good buddy, Victor Delarue, this year, but he is all smiles and ready to go.
Yeah, we're all missing Victor on the tour. Victor, if you're out there, can't wait to see you back in the mix. Camille Armand going way over to the rider's left.
We've seen a couple of riders come through here. It looks pretty sharky at the top, but then once you get into those couloirs, it's worth it. There's some good snow in there. So he's taking his time, working his way through.
Yeah, and the judges taking this into account. So right there, first air, probably bang on the judging line, and going into this zone with a big slash there. Hard to tell if that was just for fun or if he lost a little bit of control on the heel side. I'm going to go with it was all good there, and taking a ton of speed now into this couloir.
Big air, gets the grab. Maybe a little bobble as he landed. But yeah, it's very dark on this side of the face. Another air into that next couloir, riding out with so much speed and into the sun.
And Cammie's not done, going cross court here, looking for another feature as he pops a backflip into the powder. Perfect stomp for Camille Armand. That is his trademark. If you see a free ride competition run of Camille Armand's that doesn't have a backflip in it, odds are it wasn't Camille Armand.
That looked like a hella good time. The same feature that Michaela picked off, but he just took a little more speed in and got the transition perfectly to set that backy. And the Spanish crowd are loving it. They are going bananas.
Look at the crowd here, the absolute fire vibe from the Spanish crowd. Let's take a look at this, Anna. Run us through this replay for Camille Armand.
So a little, I think that was maybe a slight issue there, and so he'll have a bit of loss of control there, but a solid air, a little shifty. And then out into the sun for this big backy.
So a really strong line there for the French rider. A huge backflip at the bottom, executed perfectly. I mean, you couldn't have done that better. It was like he stepped off the curb when he landed. So good. So strong line, fluidity, air and style. Technique lost a little bit there on those judging bars, as that's going to be a result of the heel side washout for Camille Armand. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that. A 76.67, so you can never count him out. That puts him into second place.
Behind Ludo Guillot, who had a pure free ride line and is sitting comfortably in the hot seat with 80 points.
All right, well, Camille Armand now into second. That pushes John Pau down into third. So we are really into the heat here of the snowboard men's category as we see the overhead picture of this Baqueira face. A little bit of new snow providing us with a really nice surface texture and taking us back up to the top for this exciting young man, Holden Samuels, young American rider. He was slaying on the Challenger Tour last year. Had some interesting conversations with Brendan Metzler about Holden. Basically say he was potentially holding back a little bit. He had in his career a time where it was win or explode, and he was kind of on the hunt for the balance between the two. And last year really clicking into that groove, finding his balance, and putting himself into this spot, which is the start gate at a Freeride World Tour event, right where he wants to be. Interesting to see which version of Holden we're going to get here.
Yeah, we're going to get the explode or send, or the slightly dialed in and more consistent version of Holden Samuels. But I think that speaks a lot to the strategy. Some riders do have that win or crash mentality, and others just go like consistent, solid riding to get them near the top of the pack. He's looking pretty chill so far as he works his way through the sharks above the judging line.
Yeah, and we've watched other riders work their way through that balance as well. We definitely saw it with Camille Armand. We've seen it in the past with Cody Bramwell. Both of those guys finding the kind of the right recipe. And now we're going to see Holden Samuels enter into his line, airing into that couloir and absolutely pinned on the exit.
Yeah, I've heard he goes fast, he goes straight, he goes big, and there he goes, backside 3 into that couloir. Looking so solid on his board.
Perfect board control, getting that slash on the heel side and lining up another chunky one straight into the fall line. So Holden Samuels making very short work of this venue, adding the freestyle. For sure the fastest pace we've seen anybody take on the entire best of our face. So Holden Samuels, he's not quite down yet, but a strong start to his Freeride World Tour campaign. And I gotta say, impressively strategic, smart riding for a young rookie.
Yeah, that was an absolute heater, and I think his line was so direct. He skied it he rode it so fluidly, with some really great components in there. So
yeah, we'll see what the judges have to say about it. I would say one thing in the favor of Ludo. Actually, we'll give this a look, Anna, as you run us through our replay here.
yeah, so he airs into that couloir, takes a lot of pace. He's got a critical hillside turn to make, which he controls, and then spins into this couloir.
And the execution there, the landing was so dialed, and another big chunker there, just getting over the rocks, just around about the right amount of distance there. So really strong ride there. The only thing I could see potentially that's going to give Ludo the nod was he had more features in the run, but the intensity of Holden's run, it's a 90-point run for the rookie. Unbelievable. Look at the smile on his face. He has kicked this campaign off with a bang. So Ludo Guillaudiat moving out with that 86, and Holden Samuels, wow, we are only 5 riders in, and we have a score in the 90s. The judges absolutely loving that, the intensity, the speed, the commitment, all of that.
And control.
What a run. Yeah, and control.
What an absolute incredible start to his Freeride World Tour campaign. So now we have Michael Morn, who is our winner from last year's Baqueira Beret Pro. He is excited for his line today. He told me he's got something a little technical cooking for us, so that sounds like just his style of riding, and I'm super excited to see what he puts down on the face today. Michael Morn in the start gate.
Yeah, the technical, the steeper the better for Michael Morn. He's got such precision with his board touch on the snow. Last year, kind of finding a nice balance, getting into the tech, but also tossing a huge frontside 3 and a backside 360 in his run. So putting the two things together, Michael Morn was the recipe for a win here on the face. Is going to be able to repeat after what we just saw from Holden Samuels.
I mean, it's a lot of pressure to bring into this really enthusiastic Spanish crowd. They know him, and I think they will be cheering.
Yeah, how much pressure do you think it is coming back to a venue as defending champ? I feel like that weighs on the shoulders of a rider.
Well, there's the pressure to obviously defend your win and do something that's different to what you brought last year. So you can't lean on your kind of previous achievements and previous lines. You've got to cook up something fresh. So he is diving in pretty central on the face, hitting into the couloir there that a few riders have been through already. It's quite rocky. There's a bit of snow, but it's really technical riding, and airing back into that couloir, controlling his speed, amazing board handling skills here.
Wow, that was pinned. We saw Ludo go through that, and I have to say, Michael making it look better. Another one there, landing on the heel side edge to control himself and giving himself another feature with the grab. So Michael Mon, really strong start and flying off that lower one. Oh, another banger run from the snowboard men. This is heating up here, and another one at the bottom.
Those little, oh, and he's just white rimmed himself. He has had a sick run. That just looked like a hella good time.
Michael Mon doing it for the joy. The fans absolutely loving that, wiping his goggles off after he put himself twice into the white room, really making the most of the experience. Michael Mon, you know, one of these guys who is just so grateful and waving to the crowd. They are absolutely lapping it up. Just so grateful to be in this position, in this situation, to be part of the Freeride World Tour family, to get to go to these incredible locations that the tour delivers for the riders and the fans. Let's take a look back.
So this is his most technical section, and he's just cruising through, gets the grab, rides in, heel side turn, beautiful toe side turn, and then just linking those features together beautifully. You can see all of the line fluidity control, that's all jacked. Air and style and techniques, solid scoring there from the video judge, and he's made it look effortless really when it's really difficult conditions and a really technical face.
Yeah, those judging bars just lit up like a slot machine there. Everything he needed to do. The only thing that was the tiniest bit lower was the air and style. He didn't have the 360 that we saw from Holden, but the intensity of that run, where he was on the face, and I think the direct comparison from what he did in front of Ludo Gio and Michael Mon with a 93.33. Oh, the hits just keep on coming here. The snowboard men delivering the nerves at the face check. Everyone going, I don't know, the conditions are a little bit rough. They are finding the sweet spot on this face. Safe, smart riding, but the intensity, no let off the gas at all. And these two young American riders with a big embrace. I think Holden Samuels had already started to think, oh, I'm going to win my first comp I ever went in. But
90,
Michael Mon putting himself, yeah, when
90 is a good score. I'm sweating for the judges right now. They're painting themselves into a corner with these high scores, but it's been impressive riding. So I'm excited to see. We've got 3 riders left in snowboard men. Anything could happen.
Here's where we sit so far. Michael Mon in the top spot in the hot seat, 93.33. Holden Samuels holding down the second. And Ludo Guiodiat, the French rider, with an 86. Camille Armand, 76. 76 is a good score. He's sitting in 4th with a solid run, although he did have a significant control issue. So unbelievable start to the snowboard men's category. We go right back up to the top. This young man, an absolute fan favorite. He's the first Mexican rider we have ever seen on the Freeride World Tour, Liam Rivera. He makes his time in Verbier. I first met him at the Junior World Championships in 2015 in Andorra and immediately just fell in love with his spirit, and he has been on a tear so far this year.
He's been absolutely sending it. In early season, he's been training in Les Ans in the park there. And then when we've finally had snow in Verbier, he's just been riding steep lines. Oh, he's maybe tightening his buckles there. It's always good to remember to do that above the judging line. Well played, Liam. But yeah, as I said, he's the full package. He's really comfortable in steep technical terrain. He's been riding in the Alps for a long time, and he's also got those freestyle tricks on lock. So he's really taking his time above that judging line. And now he's kind of coming to the cusp of it there.
Yeah,
nice.
Into his run now, as we're going to see Liam Rivera open up his Freeride World Tour campaign and getting set above a chunky air right off the middle, and now on the toe side, moving over out of that couloir and finding himself above the wind lip section of this middle part of the face.
Looks like he is spinning into the couloir. Maybe a bit of a bobble on the landing there.
Yeah, heel side edge heavy there on that landing, a little bit cross fall line as he comes right off the top of that one with the grab and pinning it out. Now he's got to find his way off of this deposit. As we get a bit of sun on that avalanche deposit, and it's going to start to set up a little bit and could cause riders in our later categories a little bit of trouble, but no trouble there for Liam Rivera.
Yeah, that was a quick run, just a couple of features, but that bottom air was solid and he got the grab. It was looking really good.
Yeah, and let's not underestimate the pressure for Liam Rivera being the very first rider ever to represent Mexico on the Freeride World Tour. The Spanish fans have embraced him. He gave a nice speech in Spanish to the crowd at the opening ceremonies, just saying how grateful he was to be here and to be a part of this and to be hosted here in Spain.
So a little caught up above that air, which would have certainly rattled him, but he's an experienced rider, just gets straight back into it. And then spins front side into that couloir. Maybe lands a little further uphill than he intended to. So I don't think that's going to challenge the top spots, but a solid run for his first Freeride World Tour event.
Yeah, really good entry. Really looking forward to seeing the rest of the season from Liam Rivera. We just saw him take the win at the Nanda Backcountry Freestyle event in a stacked field of pros. So for this young man, I think the future is bright and a decent way to start his Freeride World Tour career here with a solid run. Like you said, a few little bobbles, maybe a couple little tactical errors landing across the fall line or a little too deep here and there, but a solid run. 62.67 for Liam Rivera. So some control issues there that he's going to have to tidy up if he wants to challenge those podium contenders, as Michael Mon is showing that Baqueira Beret is his favorite venue on the Freeride World Tour, or at least the one that's delivering him guaranteed at least a podium spot now, as we only have 2 more riders to go. And the action here in the snowboard men's field. Freeride World Tour truly is on now. The riders, snowboard women lit it up. Now we go back to the top. British rider Cody Bramwell. He has, he has it all. He's got an incredible bag of tricks. He's not afraid to go huge. He's always looking good in that all-white kit. You might see him find him roaming around the hotel in a turtleneck, looking extremely stylish. Always looking good, always riding well. 3rd season on the tour. Last year, really, really strong battle between him, Camille Armon, and Blake Moeller. And now Cody Bramwell kicking off his campaign, getting things started here at Baqueira Beret.
He's always been really vying for that overall title the last few years, so I feel like this year he's really got his eyes on the prize. So I'm excited to see what he puts together on the face for us today. He's cruising through the no judging zone in white like a ninja.
Cody often finding features, especially transfer features, that elude other riders' eyes in the face check. And expect no less from him as he makes his way into the zone that really delivered for Katie Anderson, and the first snowboarder that we've seen way over here slashing on that windlet feature.
And some of the cover here looks quite questionable, so I think he's going light on his feet and making his way through. Looking like he's getting a bit...
Not sure if that was a butter.
Or just getting caught up.
Going for the transfer there, getting bounced into a 180, back around. So reverting back to his goofy foot stance, and a huge backflip for Cody.
I think this run, he's gotten pretty bucked in several spots, but he's still sent it so hard. So mad props to Cody for being dedicated to the line and sending that one anyway.
Top to bottom rodeo ride for the British rider there. Just holding on to the rope, 7 seconds of glory. Cody Bramwell, top to bottom. I mean, you can't doubt the intensity, but definitely a few control issues. The Spanish crowd loving it, though. They're here for a show, and Cody Bramwell certainly giving them that top to bottom action for the British rider.
I was definitely on the edge of my seat. So here, the top of his line was really sketchy cover. He gets a little bucked there, tries to style it out. And then this big backy, but gets, again, a bit of a bobble in the landing there. Yeah. So I think control, you can see that massively docked, and technique, but some good points on line choice and air and style.
Pushed onto the heel edge in the landing of that backflip, but absolutely committed riding there from Cody Bramwell. 48.33, so it pushes him into 8th. Not quite the precision and the clean riding from Cody Bramwell. Big ups to Michael Mon there, who remains in the hot seat and is now guaranteed at least a silver medal. And he's going to be starting to feel extremely nervous about his back-to-back wins here on the Baqueira face, as there is only one rider left to go, and this one rider left to go is entirely unknown. We have not seen his cards yet. Enzo Nilo riding out of France. He was a late call. It was only last Monday.
Yeah, the ring-in.
He got called up. Hey, would you like to be on the Freeride World Tour? Yes, please, for sure. So Enzo taking the call. He's got the package, though. Backcountry freestyle, he's got it. He's competed at the 4-star level in freeride, so he's not brand new to this, but it is an extremely late call-up. We're going to see if he's got his head right and his game on point as he puts himself in the start gate for the first time ever on the Freeride World Tour.
Yep, a rookie with the season wild card, but as you say, he's well versed in the freeride format after competing on the Challenger Tour and just kind of missing the cut to make it onto the Freeride World Tour. So he was delighted to accept the season wild card for this season.
So Enzo is going to make his way carefully down through these shark-infested waters at the top of the face. Once he crosses the judging line, we'll know that it is on for Enzo Nilo, as he's just making his way through, keeping it safe. And now he's past the judging line and starting immediately with an air, getting a little bucked onto the heel side there and then doubling off that. That's a tough way to start. Hopefully that's not going to rattle his nerves too much.
Yeah, that is a rough start to get caught up on sharks as you begin, but it looks like he's dialing in his first air here for us. And goes for a 3. I think and whoa, links together another big feature.
Yeah, so almost turning that into the double and doubling onto the first air of a 3, and then 360 the other way clean. Now Enzo picking up a ton of speed, airing out of the section.
Not quite holding, yes! Holding it together just, I think he'll have some control docks there, but that was an incredible recovery.
You can see the entire base of his board, only the tail in contact as he just willed the nose to come back into contact with the snow. Enzo Nilo going full throttle there. That 360 up at the top over the exposure and then backing it up with the second patch of the double. And then he just hit the gas as he picked up a ton of speed. So challenging start there for Enzo Nilo. That's got to be mentally rattling when you enter your run and immediately get sharked and put a butt check in. Makes it hard, but it didn't seem to phase him at all.
No, he handled that like a pro. So let's check out that little issue he had there. He was kind of bored across the 4-line and just hitting rocks after rocks. Then a backside 3 into a critical turn and another huge air. That was amazing board handling skills to be able to link those two together. And another 3. So comes out with so much pace in here. We see him almost lose it. Puts a hand down. So control docked, a bit of technique docked.
Michael Mon's reaction there as he was watching on the monitor. So Camille Armand, his French compatriot, up there with a big hug for Enzo Nilo. His very first run on the Freeride World Tour, definitely showing that he's got the chops to ride at this level. You know, it's always a big question before the riders lay their cards on the table, especially these wild cards that we haven't seen compete at this level before. Do they have the level? Do they have the ability to ride with this crew to hang? So a 65-3-3 with some significant control issues there. Enzo can walk away from that with, I think, with his head held high, knowing that if he can tidy that up, that is going to be a contender. But that is the last rider in the snowboard field. And Anna, that means that Michael Mon has backed up his 2022 win here as we look over the final standing.
Yeah, we talked about how much pressure that was for Michael coming back after his win last year, but he's held it together and backed it up with another incredible line, followed by the rookie Holden Samuels, who got an astounding 90 points in his first ever FWT event.
Yeah, Ludo Giodia rounding out the podium with an 86, an extremely technical run. Super strong start to the season for Ludo. So those 3 guys going to be standing on the podium here at the Baqueira Beret Pro. Incredible as we see them line up. What a show the snowboard men put on.
Hey guys! Hey, what's
Nice work. There is our podium, and they are all smiles.
What a day. Yeah, boys. I'm so Never summer.
All right, well, snowboard men wrapping it up. We're going to take a look at our overall standings, which look very familiar and similar to our event standings here. Michael Mon backing up his win last year and doing it again with an incredible run. The young rookie Holden Samuels holding on, doing exactly what he needed to do and finding that delicate balance. And then the French rider Ludo Guillaudiat rounding out the top three. A strong showing there for the snowboard men, and Michael Mon showing that this face really complements his riding style, and always finding something a little bit different from the other riders, adding the freestyle elements, but absolutely pinned, as we see Christopher Trudell just enjoying a little pre-competition snack there.
Getting in his 5+ a day.
All right, let's go down to the finish area with our back-to-back winner, Michael Mon. Incredible performance out there. Michael, describe the balance between the freestyle, between the technical riding, and managing the conditions on the face today.
Derek, it was crazy today. As you know, there was an avalanche in the morning on the main part of the face that took out my line, a lot of other people's lines, and just had to kind of come up with a line on the last second before going up. So it was a little crazy for all of us, but I got lucky to find some good snow. But the snow is really tough out there, a lot of sharks and rocks. I'm just so thankful to have the opportunity to ride with such a great group of athletes, just a great group of people, and they help me elevate my riding every day I'm with them. So
there you got it, the Freeride family taking you to the top. Thank you so much, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Incredible show there from the snowboard men as we see the elements that brought Michael Mon to the win. Board control, technique, fluidity, and a strong line. Michael Mon winning the snowboard men's category. Well, the snowboard men giving us a show, but we are nowhere near done. The ski women next category going to be dropping out of the start gate here at the Baqueira Beret Pro. Spain delivering once again, you know, challenging times for conditions, but the riders showing that they have what it takes to make the best of it.
They are bringing the heat, and the crowd is bringing the noise.
All right, let's get a look at who's dropping in. Molly Armanino earning the wild card, last year's Verbier winner, Sybille Blangeon, and then followed shortly by our current reigning Freeride World Tour champion, Jess Hodder, all the way down that start list, absolutely stacked with talent. And then rounding out the field, our last rider of the day will be our last year's winner, Canadian rider Olivia McNeil. Whew, what a field.
Yeah, and we've got so many fresh faces within ski women. I think 6 out of the 11 riders are new to the tour, but they have had a great deal of experience from the qualifiers to the junior tour. So lots of these fresh faces are actually old hats at Freeride.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest things that we're seeing in the development here as we see who you guys are feeling good about. Elizabeth Gerritsen with a pretty strong lead there in the Peak Performance Fund Bet. Jess Hodder, World Tour champion. 65% of you think she's going to take it. And Olivia McNeil coming back here to defend her Baqueira Beret Pro title, 41%. Feeling good about Liv.
The audience voting for the experienced riders and ski women. I mean, that's a safe bet.
It's a safe bet, but it's an unknown as we have so many rookies that have such talent, and we've seen the evolution of freeride. I was alluding to this before. Some of these riders have been competing as juniors since they were 12 years old. So by the time they get to the tour, they have 8, 9, 10 years of competitive experience. They have young, strong bodies, but they have seasoned veteran competitors' minds. So it's a great combination for this sport, and it's leading to just an elevation across all categories of the riders and of the riding.
Yeah, the sports pyramid of the junior tour and the qualifiers has really just upped the game of the riders and actually lowered a lot of the average age of free riders. We've got so many young kids on the Freeride World Tour these days that are actually so experienced and incredibly skilled riders.
Yeah, so big up to all those junior freeride clubs out there, the coaches doing it for the athletes and creating these unbelievable freeride machines that we're seeing dropping out of the gate here today and across the season. It's just such a great place the sport of freeride is sitting in right now, and so exciting as we look at this young woman, Molly Armanino, in the start gate. She's a wild card, dominated the qualifiers last year, winning the 4 stars, went to the challengers, won the first one, and then suffered horrific frostbite out filming in the backcountry in Montana, earning the nod, unanimous nod for a wild card. Molly Armanino on course now for her very first Freeride World Tour run.
And she told me she's got heated socks to look after those little frozen toes of hers, and she is feeling good and ready to rock it on tour.
So Molly Armanino had a bit of a reputation in the early days on the qualifiers of going absolutely ham and not finishing runs. But last year, she found the balance between full send and completed runs, and it put her in such a strong position in the overall as she just started dominating. So will be interesting to see if Molly can hold on to that as she enters her first Freeride World Tour event. This is above the judging line now as Molly making her way through this extremely rocky section, way, way over on the rider's left.
Yeah, so we talked with the judges about the rocks that were above this specific couloir, and they have been instructed to take it super easy, stay on their feet through this section, and they'll start judging once they drop into the couloir where there's a bit more snow. So she's finding some pow turns there. It looks like the wind's had its way with that couloir though, so it might be some pretty packed powder in there.
Yeah, and Molly now into the heart of things, over top of the exposure.
This is the steepest part of the face. Some of it's pushing about 65 degrees. So she's certainly going in for the Tech Master here.
Yeah, only one track in this section from the guide this morning who provided the ski cuts just to secure the face, as Molly, really, really steep section as she kind of finds her way through up and over that wind feature. And now starting to find a few features hanging out below her. Molly Armanino definitely not wasting any time, getting right into the meat of this best of her face.
So let's see if she's got some features lined up for us here. And airing into her slough, but remaining in control. And massive air out there. Absolute stomp across the Abbey debris. Hold it together, Molly. She looks like she wants to bite off another feature here.
Yeah, we saw this one in play. Now pointing it off that one as well. Across the fall line and finding the magic spot. Now she's got to make her way across this Abbey debris field as she does. So extremely creative line. No other tracks in that zone. And that air at the bottom, Anna, was sizey.
Fat to flat from my eyes. So really making the case for preseason squats there. Good work, Molly.
Yeah, Molly, you know, if you follow her on Instagram, flat landings is something that she really seems to vibe on. The Spanish crowd absolutely loving it. So the judges, they've got their work cut out for them with that extremely technical exposed section at the top, and then you could just see that moment where she let it go. She put her skis in the fall line and just unleashed on that lower section and took a huge air out the bottom.
Having really great controls, like riding through your own slough is not easy, and to stay composed and take that air off the nose as she did is really fantastic ski technique.
Yeah, and then just catching the corner of both of those, kind of adding 2 or turning it into 2, and then showing that great technique, legs out to the side, loading up on the downhill ski. So a big U there in the shape, but definitely happy, relief, all the feelings there in the finish area for Molly Armanino. So the judges now, they're going to have to set a benchmark with this, and the way it works with overall impression judging, we may not see a huge number here, but it's going to be a number, yes, there we go, that's a safe judging line for them. If nobody else is able to eclipse that, then 70 is going to be the top score, but it gives them a little bit to play with if we see fireworks later on in the category, as I feel like we're pretty likely to do in this stacked ski women's field.
Yeah, we've got another 10 riders to go, and I'm sure they'll all be thrilled to hear that she nailed her line and had no issues, just to give them all a little confidence boost for their runs.
Well, we go straight back up. Sybille Blangeon, she is our reigning champion of the Extreme Verbier, only 23 years old, another product of the Junior Tour. First met her, another one who had the Junior Freeride World Championships and earning her way onto the Freeride World Tour, and then picking up that elusive first win in her hometown. An overwhelming emotional experience for Sybille. And now nervously coming into this next season, she's got you know, big plans for the day here, and definitely not holding back on this section above the judging line through the rocky zone up top.
Yeah, she's been training hard. She's skiing really well. I think the win in Verbier last season gave her the confidence. She feels more at home on the tour. She feels ready that she can ski like she is capable of.
Well, you hit it perfectly before, Anna. For some of these young riders, all of a sudden they're thrown into the mix with their heroes, and for them to feel like they actually belong at that level with riders that they've got maybe posters of on their wall, it's a big deal. Sybille opening things up with a little hop into the top of this couloir, making their way down. We saw Cody Bramwell coming through here. It's a little bit bushy, but riders saying that those bushes are quite slippery, so they're actually okay to ride on.
Great skiing, those bushes. And she is making her way through this shelf that has a few options for airing out. She is taking a big one. Holy, holding it together. Great recovery there from Sybille Blangeon. And she is charging out. She will be ducked on control for not a perfect landing. But what do you think, Eric? It was a pretty big air.
That was a huge air. Sybille was extremely nervous about that when we chatted this morning, and she said, I've got one big one in my line that I'm scared of. And her big fear was that she was going to land on a rock. Didn't land on a rock, but definitely landed with her right ski very close to a rock and had to kind of pull it in and balance on that other ski to hold on to that. But she did. She pulled it off. The preseason training, all that. And you can just see how stoked Sybille is coming through the finish arch.
She will be all smiles. So this is one of her first airs, getting the legs warmed up, throwing down some epic turns and making her way up onto the shelf, which we see here. And that is a sizable air. She lands pretty close to that rock. Maybe she did catch a little something, but just managed to hold it together and charge out with some serious pace.
Yeah, it looked like her right ski just got a little pulled there as she landed, but she brought it back under her, was able to keep the hips over the feet and stay balanced. So top to bottom, a strong one for Sybille Blangeon. Kisses for the folks at home. And she is safe, happy, and healthy in the finish area. Now we wait to see what the judges are going to do with that. Couldn't have been more different. The contrast between Sybille's run there and Molly Armanino. Totally different sides of the face. The extreme riders left for Molly, extreme riders right for Sybille. Really strong big airs for both of them. Now it's in the judges' hands.
It is. They will be deliberating in their tent.
Yeah. Thank you. I was so scared.
See, free riders have feelings too.
I feel like I blacked out mid-run. Because all of a sudden I was on the top of my cliff. I was like, what? Already?
Well, a little look into Sybille's mindset there. So 66.33 for Sybille Blangeon. I think that little leg out costing her a little bit, but definitely a big air for Sybille Blangeon. All right, we're going to catch up with our reigning Freeride World Tour champion, Jess Hodder.
What has changed for me in this last year, especially since like the last season on the tour, is that I'm a little bit more you know, concerned about my own body, and I want to make sure that I'm more consistent on my skis because I don't really want to be crashing like I did last year.
The word from Jess Hodder. She's aiming to find that balance. We've talked about it already today between crash or win and consistent riding. So Jessica Hodder out of New Zealand, about to drop in.
Yeah, I think wise words from the champ there. Jess Hodder providing us with 2 of the wildest crashes on the tour last year, but also winning a few events in, you know, one of them in the same day. So Jess Hodder not looking to repeat that. She doesn't want to take those kind of hits anymore, but wants to continue those winning ways that provided her that Freeride World Tour title. Jess now on course above the judging line, Anna.
And she has been spending her early season in Pemberton, Canada. I think she's getting more Canadian by the day. She's got a truck, she's got a sled. Just trying to up her game as an aspirant Canadian.
Yeah, Jess definitely enjoying her time out there, skiing the pillows and making the most of living in the Sea to Sky corridor. She's got a good crew of friends out there. And now she is on course into the judged part and extremely technical. It's so rocky there. Oh, Jess just getting a little bit sat down right away. That is really unfortunate for the champ.
And just below the judging zone. As we mentioned, it's so sharky today. Conditions are really challenging. In this zone in particular, there's also been a slab that's taken off some of the fresh snow, so it can be really tricky.
So speeding over into the slightly better snow part of the Baqueira face here, as Jess going all the way across and now finding herself where the snow is a little bit more consistent, a little bit more predictable. Now aiming into this couloir as we're seeing Jess Hodder starting to pick up a bit of pace.
And I think she has gone for some party turns. I think she got kind of sat down at the top of her run. I think that might have rocked her a little bit, and she's just decided to take a safe way down the mountain.
Yeah, Jess Hodder, veteran enough in this game to kind of know when to hold them and know when to fold them. And that one, I think, was just calling it as she knew, unfortunately, at the top with that sit down, that the score was going to be tough to pick back up. And for Jess Hodder, just making the call to rally over to the powdery side of the face where the conditions are a little bit softer, a little bit better, and putting herself now into the finish line, hopefully feeling okay after that sit down up top.
So I think we're about to see it here. Gets a little hooked and really sat down.
Yeah, the downhill ski just bounced right out from under her as she was going across the fall line there. And when you're standing all your weight on that downhill ski and it gets kicked out from under you, well, there's nothing holding you up anymore. And unfortunately, Jess falling victim to that there as she wraps up. So not the run and not the debut for the season that Jess Hodder was looking for. Reigning Freeride World Tour champion with a 36 even. Molly Armanino continues her reign in the hot seat after her very, very, very first run on the Freeride World Tour. So we are going to see Molly fend off another solid challenger there to her hot seat spot as she sits back.
She doesn't look totally comfortable there. She's not sure. Am I in the hot seat, really? Yes, that was a great run from Molly Armanino.
So the whole picture starting to show itself as you see the entire face here. That way rider's right section where Molly Armanino went didn't see a lot of traffic with the other categories. Molly, the first rider in there other than the guide, securing the face this morning, and so far paying off for the South Lake Tahoe resident as she finds herself in the hot seat in her first foray into Freeride World Tour competition. As we see the summit there, that start gate just glimmering up top, providing an incredible backdrop to Freeride World Tour competition.
And I would give props to Molly on that. We're through more than half of the whole field, and she's chosen to go into a pretty fresh zone. We've not seen a lot of traffic there, so to have confidence in yourself, to get into the Nar, into the steep terrain, and back yourself to send it, that's great.
All right, well, another brand new rookie, 19 years old. Delilah coming out of juniors. It was only 2 years ago she was at the Junior World Champs. 1 year on the qualifying tour, finishing runner-up, and finds herself on the World Tour, living in Bozeman, Montana right now, going to school, but still considers herself a Tahoe rider, Tahoe at heart.
Tahoe have a big standing here on the tour with a big crew. And I think Delilah really speaks to that sport pyramid we discussed before. Strong junior career, and one and done on the Challenger Tour means that she's 19 and so young, but she actually has so much experience in freeride competition.
Yeah, talking to her on arrival day, just really wide-eyed, like another one of these riders. Like, I can't totally believe I'm here at the World Tour, but she earned her way here, and coming in from the top into this gnarly rocky section, making strong turns, showing that good technique, making sure that she stays out of the rocks, and now putting herself over the exposure here at the bottom of this couloir.
I think she is going to line up a feature here at the close. Just a little hop out there. Maybe she hit a little shark there, but picks off a little nugget to bump the line score.
Yeah, so we've spoken about this a bunch, but the conditions definitely variable. We've got bed surface where it slid, and we've got powder where it didn't. A rider's unsure of what's sitting underneath that powder, and Delilah making sure that she's not going to get hung up by a rock and taking a sizable chunk off of that one, and now into this lower field, and Delilah into these glorious powder turns on the lower apron. So that's a strong start for Delilah Quinn to begin her Freeride World Tour debut. It's so tough for these young riders, 19 years old in the start gate of the World Tour, and then right into the steepest part of the face.
Yeah, that was a tough one, and she chose a pretty technical line. That last hit that she did, maybe taking it on the side was actually the way to take it. It looked like it had an awkward transition off the nose, but maybe we'll see better on replay. So this is her short turns through a couloir, riding through her slough with really great technique and control. Not as many points for Erin Style. Her airs, I mean, that is a solid takeoff and landing, but not huge. So something to bump up for the next ones. I think that's a great start for her on the Freeride World Tour 2023.
Yeah, sensible riding once again to the conditions that we have on the face today. We've seen a few riders getting bitten by trying to sort of take on a little bit more than the conditions are allowing, and smart skiing there for Delilah Quinn.
Looks like she has had an issue down here, but also she may have even lost a ski, but I think that might be below the judging line. Is that right?
Yeah, hard to tell. We'll get confirmation on that of what exactly just happened on the run out while we were watching the replay of Delilah. Definitely clicking out of her ski as she now comes through this final outrun, and the Spanish crowd going wild. That's the best thing about this crowd, is regardless of how your run went, they welcome you down this finish hallway. The corridor that you have to ski is overhung by the entire crowd, and so they're just roaring down at every athlete as they go by, and it's got to feel good for these riders to come through that sort of gauntlet of cheers.
Yeah, especially after you've had a crash, it's a great way to cheer yourself up.
So 52.33, something must have happened out of our sight there for Delilah Quinn. She kicks things off, and you know, so far she's still sitting in third with that 52. So sensible, smart riding for Delilah Quinn to kick off her Freeride World Tour career, and I'm sure we're going to see more out of her as the season progresses, but we are nowhere near done. Still a ton of riders to come in the ski women's category, stacked with talent, and we can hear the announcer ramping up the intensity as the rider in the start gate is a local hero, Molly Armanino, starting to get a little bit more comfortable in the hot seat as she maybe starts to believe that that's where she's sitting. That's got to be incredible. But here we go, back to the top. Elizabeth Marina, a local rider from right here in Baqueira Beret. The crowd absolutely thundering as they get word from the local announcer that their young hero is in the start gate. Elizabeth Marina on course.
This crowd is always kicking off no matter what, but when it's a local hero, it goes next level. And Elizabeth has had a strong career so far on the Freeride World Qualifying Tour. She actually has a gymnastic background, and I think she's got some pretty solid backies on lock. I'm not sure if the conditions are going to hold one of those up for us today, but I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, it was really cool hearing her just get completely adored by the crowd at the opening ceremonies, and they are just thundering for her right now. Elizabeth now into the judging zone. You can see where that fracture line is from this morning's ski cuts. That's pretty much on level with where the judges are going to start taking things into account. You can see it goes from soft to firm so quickly there. The riders have to be perfectly on point.
Yeah, it's difficult to lace nice turns on that really hard snow, and it's also, you know, plays into speed control and all sorts of things, but she is handling it, airing into this other couloir, getting a little washed out there. I think maybe it was quite bumpy underfoot, and she just kind of high-sided herself there.
Yeah, that transition from the bed surface, that hard icy surface, into the powder, her feet just got a little bit ahead of her, and unfortunately a little bit too much weight on the uphill ski pushed her back and inside. But Elizabeth now coming into this low powder section, she's getting as close to the crowd as she can. She knows that they are here for her, and they are going off as she comes down this lower section. Elizabeth Marina, hometown hero here in Baqueira Beret.
And they are cheering and waving. Oh, and she goes down. This is why we have the judging line a little higher today, because this is super sharky and riders can get caught up.
Well, the hometown support for this young rider absolutely just firing. So you can see there, judges definitely docking for fluidity. You like that one. It's caught up in this bed surface end, and then
just hits the powder, and it's all over. Skis stay on, so she'll get a score, but she's been seriously docked for control and fluidity from the stops. Crash stops.
The crash stops, yes. So hometown hero, she comes in. Another big challenge fended off for Molly Armanino. The judges giving that a 29.67, so sliding her into the 5th position for the local Spanish rider, waving to all the friends at home. Not the run she wanted, but the support from the locals and from everybody at home, everyone watching, knowing that, you know, again, a wild card. What a position to be in when you're a qualifier rider and you're really comfortable kind of in your spot, and then boom, you're thrown onto the world stage here, the Freeride World Tour. Here is where we sit so far. Molly Armanino, Sybille Blangeon with another really strong run, and then Delilah Quinn rounding out the top 3. So USA, Switzerland, USA right now, but certainly not done yet. We go back up to the top for another young rookie taking first place on the Challenger Tour last year in Region 2. We have Addie Rafford, Addison, well, Sun Valley, Idaho representing. She was in the Mogul Tour for a while. She's got great freestyle tricks, and then switched over and was just loving freeride, kinda, Anna.
Yeah, so she had a strong career on the juniors and then did her first season on the qualifying tour in 2020. But I think she had not quite found the line we've been discussing before. She couldn't land a run, but so she quit competing after just not being able to pull it together, and then came back in 2022 just for fun because she missed competing, and found that balance and managed to absolutely dominate and qualify for the Freeride World Tour, which is where we find her at this moment.
Yeah, fresh mindset for Addison Rafford, young rookie riding out of Sun Valley, Idaho, 21 years old, getting set to kick off her Freeride World Tour career out of the gate. Addie Rafford now on course above the judging line.
I think she's a really stylish skier. Maybe that freestyle moguls background plays into that a little bit, but looking very relaxed.
Yeah, the smoothness in her skiing style reminds me a lot of Elizabeth Gerritsen. They have a kind of a similar way of tracking the body over the skis and just keeping things really fluid, even when the surface underneath the snow, or sorry, underneath the skis is not smooth. They make it look smooth, which is something that I value a lot as a skier. It shows a supple ankle, and just that smooth riding, just it always looks cool.
Everyone loves a supple ankle, Derek.
Yeah.
Here she goes. She's given us a wave. She thinks she's at the judging line, so now she is starting her first Freeride World Tour run in earnest. Coming into this couloir here.
This side of the face definitely delivering a slightly nicer snow experience under the ski. Strong pace here for Addison Rafford. We saw this play out nicely for Sybille Blanjean, and the nice big turns. The snow looking really good in this section of the face. There's only one track down this section, and it belongs to Sybille Blanjean. Addie with a slightly different take on it, though, airing into the chute with the grab.
Solid landing there, and she skis out of it beautifully and takes another air with the grab.
So really playing up those Aaron style points as she comes down into the powder now. Addison Rafford hands high as she is wrapping up the apron. The powder looking good. Addison Rafford with a great start to her Freeride World Tour campaign. You can't say enough about how stressful this is for a rookie to come into this big show with everything, the interviews, the TV, all the people around. Everybody wants a piece of you, and Addison Rafford handling it like a veteran there.
But yeah, our two rookies, Rafford and Armanino, have just absolutely put together stellar runs, and they must be over the moon to start their Freeride World Tour campaign in this way. Let's check out the replay. So just style on every air that she takes, and just looking so cruisy and relaxed through every turn. Gets the grab for a hot second on that one.
And not even a moment of doubt on that landing. She looked so solid. Again, safety grab, super clean on the landing. Molly Armanino loving it from her view there. So a really, really strong run from Addison Rafford, showing that she's got the chops to compete at the highest level. Mouth guard out, and the big smile. Almost a big smile. I think she's still kind of reveling in the intensity of that as she just kind of takes in what she's just done. Freeride World Tour run #1 for this young woman out of Sun Valley, Idaho, and a strong start, I'd say.
Absolutely. So tentatively awaiting the scores. The judges are hard at work.
So Anna, we saw the debate here with the judges when Sybille Blanjean did quite a similar run, but with a pretty significant control issue on landing. No issues on Addie Rafford's run. Now the judges have to stack up two technically solid runs without mistake, but on very different sides of the faces. What do they decide? They decide they like it. Addison Rafford into first place with a 72.67. She can't believe it. What? She says.
I was just getting ready to go home. Now I'm in the hot seat. She is stoked. Outstanding performance from the rookies.
So these two riders competing together on the qualifiers last year, and then as we said, we lost Molly to injury right at the beginning of the Challenger Tour, so we didn't get to see what she would have done, but we saw her debut with a solid run on the Freeride World Tour, and Addie Rafford winning the Region 2 Challenger Series and the IFSA Series, and now putting herself into the hot seat. We're just over halfway through the field. So Addison doing everything she can do to cement her spot on the podium. Now it's up to the other riders and the judges of where this is going to shake out. But a strong start. This is where we are right now.
This is Elizabeth Gerritsen, who's got, some of the most experience in the ski woman field. She is a world champion in free ride, and she's had a great early season in Verbier skiing around, and I think she is excited for the season to kick off, obviously wishing for more snow, but she is a seasoned expert at dealing with all conditions, and I'm excited to see what she puts together for us.
Yeah, as you said, a world champion, peak performance rider in the start gate. We kind of watched the season kick off in Verbier, and all of a sudden we're seeing videos of Elizabeth doing massive 360s off of huge cliffs in Verbier once the snow kicked off. Another rider, I mean, it's great to see these two, her and Addie, back to back, because they have such a similar style, really fluid, always stylish, definitely strong, even though it never looks hard.
Yeah, effortless style is how I would describe their skiing. I think they're going to be great friends. And just cruising the way through this top section that is not being judged, making sure to stay on your feet so that you're in a good state of mind by the time you hit that judging line and go full throttle.
So Elizabeth Gerritsen, she's got solid tricks under the bag, but she also has that strong technique. Last year, she said Maud Bess, former tour rider and Verbier compatriot, was training her on technique. They were out there on the groomed runs doing drills. Elizabeth Gerritsen kind of popping and playing her way down the upper technicals part of this face as she gets herself into the true meat of her line now, coming in above exposure.
Yeah, there's a lot of rocks out there. She's picking off her first air taking some serious speed.
And almost using that compression as another air, shooting across the fall line. And Elizabeth Gerritsen now into the slightly more friendly snow conditioned side of the base of her face.
And linking turns. She's going to pick something off here.
Into the tree zone, off the nose.
Solid air there from Elizabeth Gerritsen, and she is coming out hot.
That tree diving board definitely getting a lot of attention during the face check from the athletes from below and from the side. It looked like it was going to work, but of course you never fully know if it's going to work until you put your skis on snow in front of it. And Elizabeth Gerritsen, kind of proof is in the pudding there that that is a solid, strong line and making it work. It's getting rough on that run out. We're seeing Elizabeth getting bounced around a little bit. Choosing, it's a bit of a gamble. Do you stay in the track where it's rough, or do you move up into the powder where you might
hit a shark?
Yeah, slam into a shark there. But Elizabeth wrapping it up with the shake of the hand.
I think she got a little bucked by conditions there. So this is her first air, and she runs it out across the slope.
Yeah, really showing some patience there, not trying to slow down too quickly or ditch that speed. Passing the Christmas tree right to the nose, and a nice solid landing there for Elizabeth.
And a well-spotted landing too, because there are some sharks just to the left of where she landed. Nice. For the fans.
All right, well, the judges getting to work, stacking up the criteria, seeing how the skiing measures up to the 5 criteria that we have. Of course, you know, line being kind of the big picture one, but in the overall impression, control, technique, fluidity, and of course air and style all coming into play to give us that overall score. And these numbers serving more as a ranking point than just as a pure number judging as we might be used to seeing in Region 2. So the judges now deciding where that's going to sit. Is it going to be stronger than what we saw from Addison Rafford, what we saw from Molly? Those are the 2 standout clean runs in the field so far. Elizabeth Gerritsen doing her bit, and the judges now going to have their say on it as she waits anxiously with the smiles for the folks at home. These moments are tough for the riders as they've done their bit now and they have to stand and wait, and sometimes the judges really putting their time in as we want them to. We want them to really put the most thought and consideration into all of these scores. A 64-3-3 for Elizabeth Gerritsen there. And that moves her into 4th position, and another huge challenge fended off by the rookie, Addie Rafford there, sitting in the hot seat. We saw her reaction when the score came in, and especially the ranking that went along with that score, almost in disbelief as she saw that she was going to move into the hot seat. But we go straight back up to another rookie, Megan Beton. She's been moving through the qualifier rankings over the years, a Dina Star rider out of Chamonix. She's a ski instructor in her spare time, had to get time off for this, and in the summer she's running the Teleferique cable car for the Aiguille du Midi. So if you enjoy riding that, she says it's her her favorite crew to work with. So she's a lifty, she's a ski instructor, and she's a Freeride World Tour competitor.
Yeah, and she's also a paraponter and a mountaineer. She's a multi-talented human who has been competing on the qualifying tour since about 2016, but was balancing that with her studies initially until 2018 when she kind of went all in and was vying for those top spots and finally qualified in FW Q22.
So she's got a bit of an alpine background and that ski instructor background as well, or ski instructor career, I should say. So you're going to see solid technique out of Megan Beton as she comes into this rider's right section. A little bit sharky in this part, so riders really need to be on their guard.
Definitely. That's like in difficult conditions, a solid ski technique is what is going to hold it all together. But not even the best ski technique can't save you from rocks. And she gets taken down by a shark in the landing. Let's hope she's okay. Give us a wave.
Just a tiny bit short on that one, and landing, it looked like under her left ski at least, pretty much directly onto a rock. That's unfortunate because that was a nice feature that Megan had picked out as she now comes into the same section that we saw Addie Rafford take on. And holding on, but not quite able to get all of it as she gets backed into that next section.
But she's just skiing her line.
Yeah, I mean,
making it work.
Skis stayed on, so there's going to be a score. So she's just going to look to maximize what's left of this one for the Chamonix rider, Megan Beton.
So not the debut she wanted to make on the Freeride World Tour, but she definitely had planned out a pretty sick line, I would say.
Yeah, just a little bit more speed needed on that top one. It would have taken her over the sharks. But of course, it's so blind in that section, completely convex.
And getting in here, she had to pre-ollie rocks, and then, yeah, it was a real leg-bending fall, but happy to see her ski out and take on another 2 airs.
Yeah, and just getting a little twisted up when the upper body is facing a different direction than the feet. It's really hard to hold on to that. So Megan, she's down at the bottom, and she will live to fight another day. We're going straight to Ordino, Andorra after this. So that's a 8th place, 12.67. A couple falls on that one for Megan Beton. She's still smiling at the bottom. I think, you know, there's, even with a couple crashes, still a big relief to be down in the finish area and have done with it. So we go back up to the top. This is a fascinating story here. Justine Dufour-Lapointe, she is a Canadian hero. She has a gold medal from Sochi in moguls. She has a silver medal from Pyeongchang. This is, and just deciding moguls are done, but she didn't want to give up the ski world. So transitioning to freeride, peak performance rider. She got the wild card to the Freeride World Tour. She was down in New Zealand training. She's been out with Stefan Heusel, trying to figure out the differences between the mogul world and the freeride world. Technique, not in question. Air and style, not in question. Line selection and execution, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, these are all skills that she needs to build, but she's been dedicating herself to the cause. She's been skiing really well too. She also foreran in couple for the World Junior Tour.
She foreran in couple and put down a blistering run. I think a lot of the questions that we saw or heard from other, you know, from avenues in the ski world kind of answered in couple with that forerun. And now she is heading over to that far rider's right section, making her way delicately through this sharky section. You know, the technique's on point. She's strong. She's been training, catching a little grab there, kicking things off, as you said, in earnest now, as she is solidly on the face and below the judging line for Justine Dufour-Lapointe.
She is carrying some serious speed into this for a backie. She brings it round, but can't hold together the landing.
Just washing out on the landing for Justine. She had some big questions online. We saw the avalanche take out the line she wanted to go, and so decided, all right, well, I'm going to what I know. And right off this big one, stomping that.
And coming out with some serious pace. You can see her solid ski technique. And yeah, that was a way to debut on the Freeride World Tour. What a show.
Well, a huge backflip there, not quite able to hold on to it. We'll have to check the replay to see why, but then that big air into the couloir, handling that like a seasoned veteran. So I'd say the cards are on the table now for the rest of the women's field. Justine Dufour-Lapointe is here to play, and she has the skill set required to compete at this level. That was a bold, bold move for Justine.
She is smiling and stoked despite the crash. I like the attitude.
Yeah, I mean, she's here to have a good time. She's so excited to be part of the Freeride World Tour family. Anna, let's take a look at that. Catching a little safety grab there on that upper one.
They're just running that speed out, gets it run comfortably. Maybe a little bit of an over-rotation, or perhaps there was a shark on the landing. I really couldn't tell you. But that is a 4-point landing and just skis out so confidently, lacing turns through that couloir. An incredible run, I would say.
Yeah, Justine kind of mentioned it, you know, the transition between absolutely uniform takeoffs in the mogul world, where the shape of the jump will be the same, the airtime will be within a bracket, versus hitting a jump you've never even stood on the edge of before, and knowing how much set, how hard to rotate, all of those things. It's a lot to take on in a brand new environment, but Justine Dufour-Lapointe showing she is not afraid to give it a go out here on the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely sending it. So the judges are doing their work, putting together the score. Obviously, major control issue, but an incredible line, incredible air and style. So let's see what they make of it.
Well, a 53.67 for Justine Dufour-Lapointe, so she's in the top 5. She kind of had that set as her goal, and I'd say that would have been blown out of the water had she stuck that backflip. Unfortunately, like just as you said, the slightest bit over-rotated, or I mean, we'll catch up with her after and see, but we are not done yet. One more rider in the field to go, our reigning champion here at Baqueira Beret. She was all over the podium last year. Olivia McNeil, riding out of the Whistler Freeride Club, braids up. She's got it built into the top sheet of her ski. It's become her trademark since she was 12 years old, and Olivia McNeil is on course here above the judging line.
Hopping out of the start gate with some serious energy and cruising down the ridge. I think she is excited to come back to Baqueira Beret where she won last year.
Similar feeling, I think, as we talked about with Michael Mon, where it's exciting to go back to a venue that's delivered for you, but there's also a ton of pressure when you've won somewhere before. Well, the ladder, you've reached the top rung, so it's hard to go up from there. You can only equal it, and there's a lot of people gunning for your spot. Specifically right now, Addison Rafford, who is sitting in the hot seat in her Freeride World Tour debut. So Olivia now coming down to that crown line that we see, the judging line, and now we're going to see the judges start to perk up as they're going to be watching with intent.
With bated breath as she navigates all of the sharks in these couloirs, takes a nice air hopping over into the next couloir, carries her speed across to the looker's left, getting a bit caught up there. The snow's a bit funky, I think, as you transition into the sun.
Yeah, tricky transition from hard snow to soft snow. Liv getting caught up a little bit there. She comes to the nose, popping off there, putting herself back into the fall line, and another difficult snow transition as she turns in around. And is she going to be able to catch into that next section? Aiming over for the rider's right section. A little hesitation there as she comes straight off the nose.
Goes huge and rides it out. Wow, I think that was quite tricky to find the takeoff for that one. She kind of had to scout it out.
Yeah, and Olivia really towing the line between the two sides of the face. On the rider's left, it's that old bed surface from avalanche slides. On the rider's right, a little bit more consistent, but it's not consistent if you're moving in and out of it, back and forth between the two snow surfaces and snow depths. So taking her time to find the right takeoffs, a few little hesitations, definitely judges gonna notice that in the fluidity category, but then adding a pretty strong finish with that off the nose air at the bottom. So is it going to be enough to trouble the fluidity and fire that we saw from Addison Rafford? Hard to tell. Strong run for Olivia, but definitely a challenging position that she had herself in.
Yeah, we can see she's got a powder turn there, and we've got another angle on this big cliff. Great landing, so centered on her skis, and she just rips out of there. Control is jacked because they know she's been in a tricky spot and she's been able to make critical turns and control her speed.
Yeah, so long hang time on the last air, towing the line between the two snow surfaces, definitely putting herself in a challenging spot, but she is down and safe, and the women's field is wrapped. Now it's up to the judges to decide where Olivia McNeil is going to slide in the ranking. The Spanish crowd absolutely loving it as she posts up in the finish area, and we wait for the scores to come in for our final rider in the ski women's field, Olivia McNeil. Now waiting, the judges locking into their criteria. Gonna see where that's gonna stand. And we anxiously await as the score comes in. And Olivia with a 62.33, dropping her into 5th position. So that means that we have a rookie winner in the ski women's category. The Sun Valley native, Addison Rafford, is taking the win and the gold medal here in Baqueira Beret. What a start to a Freeride World Tour career for Addison Rafford. Incredible skiing.
An incredible debut. Congratulations to her.
All right, well, we're gonna see our little ceremony as the riders stack themselves up. Our final standings, Addison Rafford, Molly Armanino, the rookies having a huge say. Sybille Blanchon, Elizabeth Gerritsen, Olivia McNeil, rounding out the top 5 in the ski women's field. Fireworks.
So this is great news for the rookies, but not such great news for all the Peak Performance Fun Bet voters.
So these 3 women really doing it for the crowd, for the fans at home. and Addison Rafford putting herself on top. Just a quick mention, we did have an injury this morning. Lily Bradley, just in training, doing a 360 and tweaking her knee. She should be back, they say, within about a month. So if you noticed her absence in the start list on the top, that's why Lily Bradley didn't start. You see her there taking 10th place with a no start. So unfortunate for Lily, but I know we're going to see her back healthy and strong and ready to send again. So what a show we had, and a rookie taking it down in the ski women. Strong start for Addison Rafford. Incredible, incredible run for her. So strong, stylish top to bottom, super smooth, charging. Addison Rafford taking the win.
Yep. See you later.
That's fun.
So we have got our final category of the day, ski men, at the top of the venue, ready to bring the heat on the Baqueira Face and Baqueira Beret. We've got an incredible start list, lots of fresh faces. We've got our reigning world champion Maxime Chablot at the top. Jamessa Hampton from New Zealand back to make his mark on the tour after recovering from injury. We've got a few more Kiwis down there at the bottom, and bringing up the back, we've got the two Austrians, Valentin Reiner and Max Hitzig, who they're buddying up and they're choosing their lines together, and they are ready to send.
Yeah, such a stacked field. Abel Moga, he is going to get some of the biggest roars of the day from the crowd. They saw him last year put on a show, coming second. And then Manu Barnard, another Kiwi rookie, is going to be wrapping up the ski men's show at the very end of the field. We've got 22 men dropping in today, and we are going to be kicking things off with a bang with our reigning Freeride World Tour champion in ski men's. Let's see what you guys thought. Oh, it's tight. Max Palm, he took the win here last year, 48% of you in the Peak Performance Fun Bet World, feeling like he is going to take the win. Maxime Chablot, hard to bet against the champ. And Christopher Turtel, I mean, experience, 2 titles under his belt. You look down this start list, and it's so hard to decide. When I was making my Peak Performance Fun Bet selections, it was like just throw some spaghetti at the wall. It could stick anywhere. Anybody in this field can win. Maxime Chablot is going to be kicking us off here. He's freshly minted in the Red Bull helmet. Red Bull obviously looking like they loved what they saw out of him last year. I mean, taking a tour title definitely helps.
Yeah, we love to see it as well. And the early season in Switzerland was a little dry, so he hopped over to stay with Andrew Pollard and Alter, and I think he had a great time. So much snow in just 2 weeks, and got some serious vertical meters under him.
Yeah, and if you've got a extremely powdery destination and a good buddy living there, well, you might as well go take advantage of it. So Maxime Chablot getting things started. He has passed the judging line. This is going to be the judge part of the run. He's over in this section. We've seen the surface definitely challenging. Maxime flying off that one, using it as a jump and handling the compression at the end, right back into control.
Yeah, it went really long on that one with a big backy 4-point landing, just looking so solid and technically sound as he rips out that couloir. He's lining up another big 360 there.
To his feet and getting another little extra credit bonus feature there and rocketing out through the bottom. Maxime Chablot making short work of that. got this little roller knoll that he's going to come out from behind, waving to the Spanish crowd. You cannot imagine the feeling from that crowd up on this section. Thousands and thousands of people up there, and Maxime just taking it all in as he has kicked us off with a bang. He had a backflip, he had a 360, he had a huge air at the upper section. All the elements that the judges want to see and that the crowd wants to see. Maxime Chablot getting things started with a bang.
Yeah, the crowd is here for it. We're here for it. We're excited to see the rest of the category. What a great start.
Well, taking a look back here, Anna, on top of the face, that one was enormous.
A lot of riders have taken it, but he took it the longest for sure, and then just the most relaxed backy.
Could not have landed that better. That was so solid.
And then a floaty 3, not forcing it around, just floating, having a good time.
Such great air awareness from Maxime Chablot. Many of you know he is a professional kiteboarder in the summertime, in the off season, and he spends a lot of time in the air on the kite. So a 75, the judges being conservative with their numbers. They know this is a big field, and it's well, it's tough to know what's going to come after, but that was a great way to start the category for the champ. Maxime Chablot making his way over to the hot seat. Will he stay for long, or will he stay for a short stint? Only the rest of the riders can know that right now. But Maxime Chablot is done, and we go straight back up. Jamessa Hampton, Kiwi rider, an absolutely standout rider on the tour, getting unfortunately injured in Fieberbrunn, Austria last year, but he had already secured his requalification for this year. So straight into rehab, back on the skis as soon as he was given the green light from the docs and the physio team. Last year was his rookie year, came out super strong. This year, he's looking to really elevate his game. One of the loveliest guys to be around, and just a great spirit as he...
You can see that as he dropped in, he's all smiles. Some call him Bubbles. Could be from his bubbly smile or something else, you tell me. But he is cruising down the ridge. That knee is feeling strong. He has dedicated himself to rehab and ripping it up in New Zealand this year. So really excited for him to let loose on the tour this year and open it up a little.
Yeah, in conversation with Jamessa, he said the knee feels 100%. He doesn't even notice it while he's skiing, which is right where you want to be when you're on a return from injury season. So now into the heart of it. This is the judge section of the run. Jamessa Hampton now getting into it, as we've seen this section be tricky for riders to navigate skiing on that bed surface, but Jamessa Hampton handling it like a boss, taking that same line as we saw Maxime Chablot flying, but then getting quickly back in the other direction and almost getting smushed by that windlet, but totally handling it.
And airing into that cool coming out with some serious pace. And it's looking at that feature that Olivia took and goes really long on it and rips out the bottom through the avalanche debris. Looks like no problem for him.
So fast and fluid there for Jamessa Hampton, just chomping off all the pieces. We've seen a few riders, you know, opting for that middle zone. It was interesting after we saw the guides popping out that pocket. It took a lot of the snow out of that area and definitely changed the surface. Some riders opting for a total change of line. We saw or heard Katie Anderson say that. She switched, she went over to the other side, and that delivered for her, and other riders just deciding to stick to the plan.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Last minute line changes can really throw an athlete, so it's always good to have an A and B on lock. So we see Jamessa move through this techie section, take that one pretty long.
Getting that inside hand down a little bit, but then off here and catching the grab. So Aaron style adding up. You could see as he got into the belly of that turn straight over a rock. Hopefully his bases are okay, or hopefully the rock is okay as Jamessa just thundered across it.
It's good to be at the bottom.
He is happy to have made it down.
So judges dropping a 55 even on that one. So it's going to be a tough day to put down a big score here for these riders, as the judges definitely looking for perfection, and we've seen some firecracker runs already so far in the other categories, and I know we're going to see more as we move on through the start list. Jack Nichols, Jack the Cat, is in the start gate. The next man riding out of Vail, Colorado. He is big ups to his brother Kevin. We saw him on the tour last year. Just Jack, always a pleasure to be around. Really enjoying his time on the tour. A rider favorite to be around. He's always got a great spirit. But as soon as he kicks out of the start gate, it's fireworks. He's always got the stylish tricks, finding different ways to go upside down in technical and exposed parts of the face. We saw it last year here. What are we going to see from Jack Nichols as he kicks things off?
Yeah, he has had some consistent finishes last year. 4 top 10s in FWT 2022. So I think he's closing in on the podium is his goal for this year. Just cruising his way above the judging line, watching out for sharks because they are lurking.
Definitely lurking, and the judges, you know, giving credit to that with this lower judging line. Riders not being judged right out of the start gate. They hit this line right where that crown line is that you can see is where they will start judging. So now Jack is into it, popping off and getting himself above this air, straight into the fall line. This is definitely seeing some play from the ski men, similar versions of the same zone, but Jack now opting to go a little bit further down as he passes over, getting hung up, but handling it.
That was an incredible recovery. He got caught up before he took off that jump, and now he's getting to a spicy zone here and airing over. Incredible transition out into the open field, a little wheelie there, and he is stoked. That was a sick air that he finished with.
Yeah, really creative take on that. You could see as he merged into the takeoff, he had to kind of absorb it with his legs. He's got long legs. Jack's a tall guy, and that takeoff, I mean, basically it's bare rock with a little bit of snow on it, so having to really absorb it so he wouldn't get tossed into the back seat, but definitely handling it like a veteran. So Jack Nichols making a strong point. Not a lot of freestyle in that one relative to what we've seen from Jack Nichols in the past, snagging a rock there, but just putting himself right back into balance. There's a reason they call this guy the Cat.
And this takeoff is so gnarly. He just handles it. I definitely think he caught rocks on takeoff.
Oh,
and just
you can see his ski just rattling and oscillating through that. So this line, super direct, really fall line. A lot of moments there for Jack Nichols. We'll see what the judges thought of it. They thought 64.33. So Jack Nichols into second with that. And I think the big difference there between him and Maxime Chablot, the big 360 and the backflip. But Jack with a strong, strong case at the bottom with that big air and really just riding over a ton of rock. Let's listen in. Well, we missed their conversation.
Not much chit-chat down there.
But we go straight back up to the top. This man made his debut on the Freeride World Tour last year right here and could not have made a bigger splash. The first double backflip landed in freeride competition right here on this face. He's only 20 years old. Honestly, it feels like Max Palm has been around forever.
Yeah, he made an incredible debut. He had an event wildcard for Baqueira Beret last year and secured a season wildcard from his incredible performance.
So Max Palm coming from a background, there's ski racing in his blood, there's mountain guiding in his blood. He has all the aspects. His freestyle game is second to none. He's got so many of the factors that make a free rider, and he is going to be putting that into use as we see Max spinning into the couloir, bouncing off that like it was a mogul. What a bold start, and we know the snow in here is rough as guts, but Max just handling it. Incredible upper section for Max Palm.
Unbelievable control there. He does a big backy, pulls it round, rides out so fast.
And then sending the fall line corner of that lower air, holding on over the slough cone. Max Palm with absolutely fireworks on this face. I mean, speaking to him before, he said, unfortunately, I don't see a double backflip on the face. The feature that he did it off last year is just not in play this year. It's too thin. But Max Palm finding another creative spin on this face and definitely backing up what he did last year with that incredible run on the Baqueira face.
That was an incredible run. The crowd is going absolutely nuts. He has got to be happy with that one.
So these two Maxes high-fiving here, Maxime Chablot and Max Palm. The new guard, it's safe to say, is here to play. Max Palm just putting down a heater from top to bottom.
Smooth 360, and he's so close to that rocky edge of the couloir, and he has incredible ski technique to just navigate it with no stress.
Quick feet here, holding on, bringing that around at exactly the right time, and then firing off that lower section. No hesitation, straight into the fall line for Max Palm. Well, the peak performance rider making a strong case for himself on this face, backing it up, and completely different than what we saw from him last year. So incredible. I mean, just the veteran line scoping there from Max Palm, and then executing the 360 right into that uphill landing, because there's a wind feature there, bouncing off it like it was a mogul, directing his feet so he doesn't go into the wall. The pieces, the individual pieces of that, unbelievable. 86.33 for Max Palm, and he goes straight into the hot seat after taking his skis off, loving it. Max Palm, well, a strong case there. There are tons of riders left, but it is going to take a lot to unseat him from the hot seat.
Yeah, the rest of the ski men's field have their work cut out for them. We've been encouraging them to ride to the conditions, but if that's what we get for riding to the conditions, I'm pretty happy.
Well, we go straight back up. Carl Regner Eriksson, second overall last year. Another peak performance rider and Scott rider. He is the Freeride World Tour sponsor's dream in the start gate as he gets ready. I mean, Carl, just Mr. Consistent, always stylish. He said he's mostly been skiing on piste in Sweden. They've had a low snow year as well. He's been skiing a lot of hard pack, doing a lot of nose butters, skiing park a ton. So we're going to see Carl Eriksson kick things off in the way that he always does, right into the rockiest section, but just flying through it. Not going to be judged quite yet, but very soon.
And he just continues to build his skills and build his comp results. He came third overall in 2021, and then last year second. So let's see what the FWT 2023 season brings. A big 360 at the top of the couloir.
Into that upper section, flying through here now, catching the wind lift with the flat. 7.
Holds it together. Incredible scenes.
Wow, Carl Regner Eriksson, and now off this one with a huge 360, perfect transition. Now he's down into the couloir, not a lot of features left. Carl just got to hold on and keep it in the fall line. Wow, putting all the elements there and so close together, overexposure. Carl Regner, unbelievable run there as he's holding on the Spanish crowd, firing up for the Swede. Peak performance rider, they're coming through the finish. Oh, this field delivering what we expected. Incredible. Skiing to the conditions, but also skiing to their skill set.
Skiing to their strengths, absolutely. That was incredibly linked from feature to feature, so smooth. No time to make those critical turns and link those features, but he held it all together. So that first 360, very smooth. He's got a bit of space there.
Taking that one to 720.
Just. That was an incredible recovery.
And finding the spot between the bomb holes with that 360 into the couloir. The Pit Viper crew loving what they're seeing out there. So top to bottom, you know, if anything, maybe a little bit back on that 7, but we'll see what the judges have to say about it. I mean, the control, the commitment to do that in that spot, such a strong run from Carl. So 86.33 from Max Palm with that technically perfect precision run. Carl, I'd say a little bit more riding the Bronco there, bucking its way down, but no hesitation and no real big problems on that one for Carl.
So we're going to see, well, we have no air and style, but we can imagine that's an error. His air and style would be jacked. Control a little less so, but it was still just a thing of beauty, that line he put together for us.
Yeah, blending the new school with the old school, showing that absolutely flawless technique, the quick feet required to get those direction changes to put himself into the next feature, and then the mental acuity to toss a trick off those things back to back to back to back like that. Incredible run there. We're going to see second place for Carl Regner, 81.67. So the precision of Max Palm holding on, another challenger there, but Carl really throwing down the gauntlet. Scott Ryder, peak performance rider, just unflappable.
Derek is absolutely fizzing in the commentary booth.
Wow, okay, so here's where we sit. Max Palm holding down the top spot. Carl Regner Eriksson in second. Maxime Chablot down to third. And we are only 5 riders in, and we have seen nothing short of amazing riding. We're going back up to the top. The Alaskan rookie spends his off-season fishing up there in Alaska. Leif Mumma, he was another huge standout on the Freeride Junior Tour, in the IFSA Tour. Watched him hit one of the biggest airs I've ever seen in real life in Kappel back in 2018, and now he is on the Freeride World Tour. Leif Mumma, fast.
Fast. He goes big. He goes fast. And he is not hesitating through the Sharky area. I think he is just nearing up on the judging line as he drops into this couloir. Some funky snow at the top from the wind, but he's handling it, no issues.
One of the things that stands out to me with Leif Mumma is his technique. He has such precise technique. He's always over those skis, making very short work of this couloir and coming into the closeout with a ton of speed and smashing a massive double out the bottom.
Holy smokes, over that avalanche debris like it's nothing.
Pure free ride from the Alaskan there as he was in and out of that section. No hesitation. Pure fall line skiing, absolutely max velocity, throttle cracked wide open. Leif Mumma, what a way to start on the Freeride World Tour.
Fantastic debut from the rookie. I think he'll be thrilled to get that one down and in style.
Oh, that was a great run and absolutely sticking to his guns. If you asked me how was Leif going to ski in this run, that is what I would have shown you. I would have drawn a picture. Fall line, aggressive, technique on point, and all smiles in the finish as he's look at him in this couloir, staying in the fall line right over the downhill ski. Look at the fluidity marks.
No hesitation, and we heard that that landing was hard, and he just flies off the next feature. Holy smokes.
Popping at just the right time on that second air to make sure his trajectory was right. You can see on that line tracker, if he was any more skiers left, he's flying right into a rock wall, but he had the control to stand on that left foot, direct himself where he needed to go. That was such a strong run and such a great way to start. So Leif Mumma all smiles, as now the judges really have their work cut out for them, because the freestyle elements on that one, none. But fluidity absolutely through the roof. The line was so technical and so strong, and he absolutely maxed out that section of the face.
And his ski technique was just so on point. That couloir is steep and it's exposed.
All right, so Leif Mumma into fourth. Judges showing that they're looking for some freestyle in these runs. They want to see some tricks. Leif Mumma into fourth with that score. So a really, really strong run, and so many more to come as we go straight back up to the top. This is a fascinating story. This man, he's an Olympian. We've seen him a huge presence in the slopestyle world, having a big injury just before the Olympics last year, coming into Beijing with a huge one. They said he wasn't going to be able to ski again for years, but we're less than 13 months later, and Ralph Velpener, the Italian rider, is in the start gate at the Freeride World Tour, a true wild card in this space.
So he was recommended for a wild card by Marcus Ada, who we are all very familiar with. And yeah, his word obviously counts for something, because here he is with a season wild card. Nervous to take on freeride competition, but he's been training, learning to scope his line and ski it like a comp run. And he's looking super comfortable as he's skiing through above the judging line, just approaching it now.
So Ralph Velpener making short work of that upper section. Now he is in the judge section. We know, I mean, his freestyle tricks are second to none. As you said, recommended by Marcus Eder. It's hard to sneeze at that. Marcus knows what he is looking for. 360ing into the face, getting things kicked off. Hard on the other foot now as he makes a slash turn up and heads back in the other direction into this nice snow section.
And a big air straight into the couloir. Working his way through with solid ski technique.
Getting a little bit wild there and straight off the nose of that one. So Ralph Velpener now into the lower section of the face. So quick work. Definitely we're going to see the judges probably have a say on the line score. Definitely not a ton of big features like we've seen from some of the more seasoned free riders, but a solid ride. Ralph was nervous coming into this. You know, he was unsure about the whole scoping process and turning the view from across the valley
into the fall line.
Yeah, into the fall line, but handling it, and I think overjoyed at being down at the bottom. So Ralph Velpener, strong start there, and a great way to debut. Safe, smart skiing. Big ups to Ralph Velpener, opening up his free ride competitive career on the Baqueira face in this field.
So there's his 360 at the top off a smaller feature. And I think he actually wanted to lay something up, but got a little bit further down the hill and couldn't link it. So made the most of what was in front of him and skied really strong, actually.
I think you might be exactly right on that, Anna. I think he was aiming for the feature that we saw Justine Dufour-Lapointe throw the backflip off of earlier, and we saw Carl. But yeah, I mean, it's tricky to get to, and you got to be so quick to do it. So big ups to Ralph Velpener for locking down that run. And he is going to continue his free ride evolution as we move through the season. But tons and tons and tons of riders still to come as we zoom back in on the summit of the Baqueira face. We got another rookie here in the gate, Jedediah Kravitz, rolling out of Connecticut, then relocating to Reno, and then finally finding his home in Lake Tahoe. He's a realtor by trade, but still finds enough time between selling houses to put himself in the first place on the Challenger Tour in Region 2 last year, and now kicking things off with his signature pace on the Freeride World Tour.
Looking to make the most of the real estate on the Baqueira face, and he's had an interesting journey through the qualifiers as well. We spoke about him earlier in that he stopped trying to ski to the judges' criteria and just ski for the love of it last year, and that is kind of what sealed the deal for him, getting his Freeride World Tour qualification.
Yes, so many riders with that story. As soon as they start skiing for themselves and skiing things that they really like the look of, things start to click for them and they start putting themselves onto the podium. Extremely steep and challenging up here for Jed as he makes his way down into a section that we haven't seen a lot of play. And a new feature sending it off the top of there, but getting a little bucked on the landing, unfortunately, there for Jed Kravitz, but finding himself back on his feet rapidly after that.
So he's lining up another air. Some nice little shifty in the air there, and he's rolling it out.
Yeah, great transition there for Jed as he crosses over to this final available feature on the face.
Big backy, perfect stomp. And that is a way to finish your debut on the Freeride World Tour.
Laying out the backflip there. The Spanish crowd absolutely going nuts for it. So unfortunate there for the top section for Jed Kravitz, but definitely showing that he has lots and lots on store for us over the season here on the Freeride World Tour. Oh, and just getting bucked in the sharks there. That's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure that is below the judging line. The judging line coming down a bit and up a bit for the riders as he's got to step back into his ski there. Let's take a look back here, Anna.
It's a great view of the steep exposure he's in, and he just kind of lands a bit backseat and gets caught up, but takes on another feature, runs it out into his big backy.
So laid out, so precise with the rotation, bringing it straight back onto his feet. So Jedediah Kravitz, not the debut he was hoping for, but still a strong showing of what's in his pocket and what we can expect from him. The crowd bringing him home as he comes through the gauntlet here. The Spanish crowd just lining the slopes, 100 deep all the way along. And cheers and high fives from all the crew in the finish area as everybody, the vibe just absolutely firing here. Jed Kravitz with a 48.33. That's going to be good enough for 8th so far as we make our way through the field here. 8 riders down. We have 22 total in the field, so plenty of action still to come at the Baqueira Beret Pro as we make our way through the ski men's field. Snowboard women done, snowboard men done, ski women done, and ski men well underway, and we have already seen a lot, and we have much more in store as we head back up to the top for a man that we have seen deliver some of the most exciting moments on the Freeride World Tour. Only 24 years old, multiple victories, Fieberbrunn 2020. We saw him all over the podium. Every time Craig Murray drops in, it's just, you're sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to see what he's going to do. Always a different take on the face, tricks where other people don't do tricks. Craig Murray on course.
He certainly has a creative eye for freeride and lots of tricks in the bag, but just silky smooth skiing. He actually suffered an injury last year filming, a broken sternum, I believe, but he's fully recovered, feeling healthy in his body and mind, and we're super stoked to see him back in action on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a benefit from his injury. We got to have him join us in the commentary booth. The quick hand drag 3 there to enter into this section, heading towards the wind lip.
Doesn't quite get it round. I think that takeoff was a little soft and he didn't get the pop and resistance he needed to set it.
100% agree with that, Anna. You could see his feet go through the lip instead of up it, and unfortunately for Craig, still going for it, still tossing and setting for the flip, but unfortunately, looks like he maybe didn't use the takeoff that the other riders had betted in, and he was opting for a fresh takeoff. And the gamble with that is exactly what just happened. Is it going to be supportive to your skis and your feet, or is it going to give? And unfortunately for Craig, it didn't hold him there and going down on that. So Craig's going to scramble back up and get his ski. That's unfortunate for Craig, but it is a roll of the dice. You watch his feet punch straight through that, still throwing the, almost had it.
Yeah, almost. Almost went into a flat spin halfway through.
Yeah, you could see him pull his feet sideways. We're like, maybe my tips will clear. Maybe my tips will clear. But I mean, you lose so much momentum, so much energy when your skis just stop dead like that on that lip. So that's tough for Craig Murray. He definitely took a solid crack at it.
The main thing is he is A-OK, looking all good, ran up to get his ski. No ski ninjas required. They've had a slow day. They must be cold up there.
Well, Craig's had a hot start to the season. He's been heli skiing and cat skiing, filming with the MSP crew over in Canada, and now he's just going to enjoy these silky smooth Craig Murray turns down the couloir, pointing it out and wrapping things up. So Craig Murray not quite getting what he wanted out of the best of her face today. That's going to be a no score. If you lose a ski or both your skis, you do not get a score. So for Craig Murray, now just wrapping up his day. Always one of the most friendly guys to hang out with. He's got a great take on freeride. He doesn't take it too seriously, but big gratitude there for the Spanish crowd, and they are lapping it up.
Loving it. And he's got a good crew here from New Zealand to support him. Some of the crew have trucked in from other parts of Europe to support him.
Congrats. Going on for a sick run. Craig, I got a little present for you in the kangaroo patch.
Well, it's great to just get that little behind-the-scenes look on the spirit of freeride there. Max Palm hopping straight out of the hot seat to go and give Craig Murray a hug. You know, it's sometimes you're supporting, sometimes it's consolation, but the family is strong. So Max, Carl, Maxime, Leif Muma with that incredible pure freeride run, holding down 4th. Jack Nichols in 5th right now. Still plenty of action to come in the ski men's field as we make our way through the Baqueira Beret Pro here in beautiful Spain. The Spanish people welcoming us, and a surrogate little brother here for Craig Murray. Shout out to Finn's actual actual big brother, Hank Billis. We saw him as a mainstay on the Freeride World Tour. Little brother, Finn Billis, now Olympic slopestyle. He made his debut on the Freeride World Tour last year in Fieberbrunn and made a big splash with pretty much exactly what we expected. One of the most stylish runs with extremely technical tricks. That Cork 7 has made it around the world, and he is now here for the whole season, which I think all of us, Anna, are extremely excited about.
We are thrilled to have him, and I think he's got a lot in store for us. He does have, obviously, a deep bag of freestyle tricks from his Olympic skiing background, but he's also a solid skier. He's grown up in Wanaka, New Zealand, and has been riffing around. Oh, beautiful little butter there.
Yeah, just nose buttering into the face. Finn Billis now setting something up. Spin 360, super clean, and into the lip there with the Cork 5. Is he going to be able to? He does. He reverts it back around. So Finn Billis bringing the pure freestyle into this. A nose butter and a Cork 5. Straight into a 360 off this ledge. Well, Finn
Perfect
Billis.
landing, ripping it out straight, looking so solid on his skis. The Kiwi crew is going to be going nuts for this one.
Yeah, that was a clean run and pretty much right on brand for Finn Billis. Always adding those style elements. Silky, oh, almost airing into a hole there on the run out, but he's got the strength in the legs to handle it. Continuing to style it out. He doesn't do anything without just oozing with style. Finn Billis getting a huge roar from the Spanish crowd. Absolutely loving that run, flipping to switch as he wraps us up his run with that signature huge grin. A big hug for his surrogate World Tour big brother, Craig Murray. These guys have grown up together.
That was a thing of beauty.
And corking out the 540, bouncing off the tips, flipping right back around. Looks like something flew off him. I think he lost half of his pole on that landing.
I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy conditions to land switch in, so I'm pleased that he managed to revert and hold it together. But do you think the judges may have docked his control there slightly?
Yeah, hard to say. Definitely the air and style category on the video judge just maxing out for Finn Billis. No surprise. Now the judges have to decide what to do with that. As Max Palm, I mean, the precision and the execution of his run was so strong.
Amazing. That was insane.
Bit of stoke there from the finish line.
That one was for you, Hanky B. I miss you, brother.
We all miss you, Hank.
So Finn giving props to Hank Billis, paving the way for little brother to be on the Freeride World Tour. And of course, Finn making his own way. And we see the score come into fifth for Finn Billis with a 6.767. So Finn Billis having his say on this face. And another big challenger fended off by Max Palm as he holds onto the hot seat. Max's run really had it all. It was very technical. It was extremely steep. The way he skied it, the precision, all of it, the judges absolutely loving it. It's going to take a lot to dethrone Max from the top of the podium. As we move into Raina Barker, the mayor of Stomptown. He's the ultimate advocate for the athletes. He's on the PFB, making sure that the athletes' needs are met. 14 seasons on the Freeride World Tour. He's got a young child at home with Freeride World Tour standout Jackie Passo. The two of them are one of the most powerful couples in the freeride world. So many titles between them, and he is he's 40 years old. He's been 14 seasons on the Freeride World Tour. He's the Tour champion. He's the Verbier champion. There's not much that Raina Barker hasn't done, and he still gets a huge buzz out of competing. You know, he's so self-deprecating, saying, oh, I really have no place with these young kids. And then as soon as he starts skiing, you just blow that notion out of the water.
All he needs to do is drop in, and we see the immense ski technique he has and how he's actually built his freestyle skills as time has gone on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see much freestyle out of René. When we were in the riders meeting yesterday and Lola Bess was asking where riders was going, he was one of the few saying that we're going to go way down the ridge, and there's only Nar down there. There's no easy way out of here. So we're going to see René kind of take it a little bit easy as he makes his way through these rocks. He is below or still above the judging line, putting that in place to make sure that riders don't have to charge in this section above that exposure because it's so rocky. You can see the wind has just scoured that section. So Raina Barker, now he's going to be into the judge section, and we're going to see him take on this in earnest.
Lacing some turns through the couloir, throwing up some snow. And this is a steeper section of the face. Seriously technical, threading it through into the sun.
On top of this huge pillar now as he comes across. There's no easy way out of this section. Randy Baqueira putting it into the fall line, airing into the chute, and off the upper nose, turning it into a double, now crossing the slough cones and the deposits, and he does have more below him. This is veteran line scoping as Randy Baqueira getting a piece of everything, laying out the backflip, a little over-rotated into the backslap. He tossed that one.
He sure did. And looked like a really fun run, actually. Some technical, textbook Rainer Baqueira skiing through that couloir and then throwing in some freestyle at the bottom there.
And Rainer Baqueira, you got to give him credit for evolving his own free ride. He is a pure free rider at heart. The bigger, the better. The steeper, the gnarlier, the more it suits his heart. But he's evolved. We saw him last year throw a 360 on the Bec de Ross above exposure. Just an incredible, bold thing to do. The crowd absolutely love this guy, as do we all. Rainer Baqueira wrapping up his run here at the Baqueira Beret Pro.
Isn't this the best audience in the world?
You heard it here first, the best audience in the world. So this is technical, and he just links these features together so fast. Hits the fall line and then banks over to lay this backy, which he sets a little too strong.
Yeah, and I think he caught the same bomb hole that Jed Kravitz landed in, and he was just kind of wheelied out of it. It's tricky because you can't see below until you're in the air. You come out of the backflip, you spot your landing, you go, I'm landing right in that pit, and it kind of just juices the skis out from under you a little bit. So Randy Baqueira.
Jag såg när du drog mot väggen, jag bara... Nej, fan vad du kör.
Well, if you speak Swedish, you can get an inside look on the big brother, little brother relationship here between Max Palm, the young Swede, and Randy Baqueira, the experienced veteran Swede. Two kind of the parentheses, the brackets on the Freeride World Tour right now. Both of them with such a strong background in skiing and clearly skiing in a way that that shows that Sweden is producing freeriders over multiple generations.
Sweden definitely has some challenging conditions at times, that maritime snowpack, and I often think the skiers that come out of there have just technically incredible skiing. They're used to difficult conditions, hard pack, rocks, ice, and just lace it all together.
Yeah, and they've got a nose for transition because unlike maybe people who ski in Utah or California or the west coast of Canada, you can't land flat in Sweden. You just can't. So 58 there for Randy Baqueira. Another big challenge fended off by the young peak performance rider Max Palm. Looking pretty comfy, chilling in the hot seat, hitting the Snapchat or maybe Tinder. I don't know what he's up to there. But Max Palm looking pretty comfortable as he fends them off. But this is another big challenger. We go right back up to the top. Andrew Pollard riding out of Alta, Utah. Big ups to his sister Jacqueline Pollard, who was his compatriot on the tour. We don't see Jacqueline back on tour this year, but we miss her. 3 years on tour. He's got his win in Ordino in the Pyrenees, always smooth. Kind of took the mantle from Drew Tabke as the most creative line scoper on the Freeride World Tour, and a force to be reckoned with. Totally different style from many of the riders, but certainly one that has had success on the Freeride World Tour.
And he's been hosting lots of the Freeride family in Alta. As we mentioned, they've had incredible snowfall this year. He said he would be happy if he never skied again. He's had such a good time, such a good early season, and he is making his way down to the judging line, airing through, having a hoot.
Well, Andrew Pollard with a big 360 in to get things started. Now he's heading in to the windlet. That's delivered. Taking the same takeoff as Craig. Thank you, Craig Murray, for putting that takeoff in as Andrew tweaking it out and now coming up onto this wall that we've seen deliver some exciting moments, pinning it off there, getting that signature Pollard high safety and into a tuck as he straight lines the rest of the face.
Making quick work of the bass of a face. Not many features, but he executed them very well. with some little short turns there just to get the fans fired up here in Baqueira Beret. They are loving it.
It's not hard to get these fans fired up. They are here for a show, and the show is delivering. Andrew Pollard getting things going. This crowd absolutely loving it. And putting himself in the white room, Andrew Pollard down at the bottom now with a big smile for the crowd. And a huge hug for Max Palm. Andrew, the 360, dropping the tips there. And then getting a solid one off here and finding a sweet spot in that landing. That one's starting to see some traffic. And then right into that tuck, Andrew full pinned the racer tuck all the way down. And then you can see the little squiggles on the line tracker where you just milk that. I think in Alta they call it farming the powder.
Love it. Leaving a little space for other people to enjoy it too. It's very polite. And we can see the standings there with Max Palm way out in front with 86.33. Carl Rignier Eriksson on his heels, and Maxime Chablot, last year's defending champion, in third position. We've got 9 riders to go.
So sick.
Well, the crowd's fired up. The judges are doing their work. Max Palm holding down the hot seat. Score coming in for Andrew Pollard into 7th with a 62.67. He had a hope for that score. All right, so we have our next rider in the gate is nothing short of a rock star here. We're going to look behind the scenes with Aymar Navarro.
Some people come here and is counting how much points is that drop, how much points is that drop. For me, the most important it's my style, to find some rocks or good straight lines, and this is my style, and I finish like this in my last competition, of course, and I don't change nothing.
Well, the announcer on site here is getting the crowd frothing for this run. He is a hero. He is a superhero. Aymar Navarro back on tour. We saw some of the most memorable moments in a way from him last year. He's definitely taken from that, and this crowd could not be more behind a rider than they are for Navarro. Walking around with him, he is mobbed. He can't have a dinner without being mobbed for selfies and autographs. It's like hanging out with a movie star. He is a hero in the community here, and he's a hero of ours on the Freeride World Tour. Every time he drops in, it's just it's so exciting. I'm tingling on the edge of my seat right now.
He does always bring the fireworks, and he's contributed so much to our freeride community. The crowd is going absolutely bananas as he is making his way over to the Nar, spraying some snow on the ski ninjas there.
Last year, he got his own start gate all the way down the ridge. He was the only one who even wanted a piece of that section, and looking like a similar situation for Navarro as he makes his way further down than we've seen anybody go. We kind of have an inkling of where he's going. He's got an 86.33 to beat from Max Palm. I don't think we're going to see a bunch of 360s and backflips from Aymar, but we are going to see him going into the steepest section of the face, and he knows this face intimately. Hometown advantage, Anna?
Absolutely, Derek. So he knows where he's going. He's fishing something down the ridge further. We saw a pretty explosive line from him in this area last year, so I don't know if he's going back for that one again, but I have no doubt there will be some exciting moments.
Aymar Navarro instrumental in getting this event into Baqueira Beret. He was the loudest voice, the biggest advocate for this spot to be a Freeride World Tour spot, Freeride World Tour stop, and everybody on the tour, the organizers and everybody else, and certainly the local community, just extremely grateful for his input on that, because this has become an absolute favorite.
And he's on a journey here. He looks like he's about to drop in. on the lookers right of the venue. It looks very spicy in this zone.
It's so exposed, it's so steep, the wind blown into this couloir a little bit, and Aymar now getting on the gas. He's got a couple of turns up at the top section where it's not so rocky, but now putting himself above this cliff. There's only one way out for Navarro, and that's right off the guts.
Hold it.
With control, and Aymar Navarro off the top rope, stopping it!
What a run!
The ground is shaking right now from that landing, and the Spanish crowd, they are going nuts. Redemption run for Aymar Navarro. A couple of control turns in between the two features was everything he needs.
And they are singing for him and cheering. What a run in front of his home crowd. He is hyping them up. They don't need any encouragement, Aymar.
A little moment there for Navarro as the crowd just lights up for their absolute hero. Aymar Navarro has got the fans on their feet. I'm sure there's tears in more than a few eyes as this man has brought this place to a standstill.
Definitely the rock star of the day. And at the opening ceremony, Aymar announced that this Freeride World Tour season could be his last. I think he's had such an incredible time. It's been his dream to be here, and he's been on tour, I think, since 2015. So let's see this massive air.
So big out of there, and they're truly, you know, I really got to give credit to Navarro. He stomps this one and then gets those couple of control turns. That's what he needed. It's what he wasn't able to put together last year, and just finding the exact right spot in that landing.
Absolutely. There was a wind lip that he had to make it over, and he lands just 2 feet in front of it, perfectly planned.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if anybody knows their line on this face, it's Aymar Navarro. And they took a circuitous route, overcome right now with emotion. Aymar Navarro, I mean, just soaking in the energy from this massive crowd. They were here to see that, and he delivered exactly what he wanted. And he delivered this event to all of us.
Oh, I think we've got a tear in the finish line. He's feeling emotional.
Well, how could you not with that kind of support behind you? So Aymar into 6th so far. The judges having their say, but I think this transcends judging completely. Aymar Navarro with the support of the world and certainly the Spanish freeride community. They could, so behind him. It's hugs, it's high fives, an emotional time there for Aymar Navarro. As you said, he announced his retirement from the Freeride World Tour after this season, and he was able to bring the Spanish crowd exactly what they wanted to see from their hero. Well, after that, we are nowhere close to done. Christopher Turdell in the start gate. Him and Aymar Navarro have been travel companions, good friends. Navarro hosted Christopher and Carl here in Baqueira Beret before we had an event here. 2-time world champion. He's so self-deprecating, always talking about how the young guys, you know, are keeping him from or just too much, but he's still Christopher Turdell. Silky smooth, perfect technique. He's got the freestyle where he needs it, and always in the steepest and most technical parts of the face.
An incredible skier with many accolades to his name. Always just a joy to watch. His skiing is a thing of beauty. Airing into that couloir.
Right back into control with the slash turn. Nobody's hit that air off the point like that. You look at the way he's controlling his speed, that just tells you how steep it is. And Christopher Turdell, oh, I think he got hung up on, oh, it's all rock above him.
Yeah, that is really spicy in there, and he's may have lost his ski.
Yeah, the shark stole his ski there.
A snow snake has bitten him, which is very uncharacteristic for Turdell.
Trying to figure out where his ski went.
Is it above or below?
I'm not sure if he's sure. Looks like it's above. Maybe he can see something we can't see. He can definitely ski something we can't. There it is. So just above him, right in that track. Looked like maybe buried as he buried that turn. Something, yeah, you can see a rock there in the track. Unfortunately, just taking his ski just as he was getting into.
Yeah, big rock there. It just takes it right off his foot.
Well, I'm grateful that he has the cat-like reflexes that he has, because in that shot, as you saw it pull out a little bit wide, you could see what was below Christopher Turdell, and you see it here. I mean, he is just perched on the edge. There's not a lot of margin for error for Christopher Turdell there, and the rock, unfortunately, taking his ski away from him just as he was getting ready to deliver the classic Christopher Turdell.
So he's got a spicy little situation to get out of there, so hopefully his binding is A-okay and he can get himself safely down. He'll have a no score from losing a ski, but still needs to extract himself from the zone.
Yeah, a bit of a heart stopper there for those watching at home, as we saw Christopher going down overexposure, but self-arrest skills on point for the two-time Freeride World Champion. And now he's just got to get himself out of there, keep himself safe. You can see the pace definitely pulling back. Christopher just wanting to make his way safely out of this section now. And he is going to have to hit an air to get out of this, as it's that hanging couloir above the closeout. You can see now he's just going to make his way down there. I think, you know, Christopher probably considering athletes behind him, as he doesn't want to tear it up too much. He's just going to look for a way, the least impactful way on the snow. He may be able to sneak out here. He's probably eyeing it up.
So when you lose a ski, it's not recommended to continue hitting cliffs, so he's being ultra considerate to the other riders and finding an alternate way down the mountain. What a gentleman.
What a gentleman. Christopher Turdell always considering everyone else around him as he makes his way off the face there. The peak performance rider not able to put together all the pieces today. And, you know, we definitely have seen both in the runs and in discussion before this little bit of the uncertainty where those rocks are. We had photos of the venue before the snow fell, so riders were able to study and see where some of the rocks were, but it's a lot of rocks to keep track of.
Certainly is. It's been a tough early season here in the Pyrenees, and the riders have really had their work cut out for them.
So tough start for the season for Christopher Turdell there as he comes into the finish line. Gonna say a little bit of relief probably from him and from everyone else. He goes over to his tour little brother, another Swede, who's been helping out this next generation, Max Palm, kind of holding it down for the veterans. Let's see if we can catch a bit of the Swedish chat. So Christopher Turdell having his skis stolen from him by a shark, but he's all right. Hopefully his ski's all right. That was a tough one. And in a very precarious position for Christopher Turdell. Max Palm, Carl Regner, Eriksson, Maxime Chablot, early runners, but still holding it down on top. And then that mind bender from Leif Mumma, good enough for fourth place so far as we make our way through the ski men's field of the Baqueira Beret Pro. We are making our way through. We go right back up to the top. Scott Ryder, Simon Perdon, another rookie, and we in conversation with him, he's living the dream of his friends back home in Verbier. You know, Verbier, obviously the spiritual home of the Freeride World Tour, and everybody else kind of bringing him up. They're so stoked for him. He feels a responsibility to them.
He feels a responsibility to go huge, which we tried to temper with skiing to the conditions. So let's see where he draws the line on that. And yeah, Verbier has an incredible freeride junior club, and he's grown up in that atmosphere. So he's very young, was one and done on the qualifying tour last year, but actually has a lot of experience behind him.
Yeah, Simon and Delilah Quinn, the two members of the one and done team on the qualifiers in this year's rookie class, launching off that, catching transition and then holding strong.
Looking really smooth and taking on a big 360.
Yeah, getting kind of pushed by the lip, but handling it. He's a tall guy, and he's definitely got good strength, and opting for the other direction now into a pretty untapped zone. Maybe this is what you were talking about, and a doubling into the section,
and
flying out, and he's clean.
So I think his mates in Verbier will be hitting the roof.
Yeah, nobody has been through that section before. You can see the lone track on that part of the face. Really well spotted, well scoped, and you know it was a big question. Was that going to be supportive, or was he just going to ski into a field of sharks? But he managed it, and he handled it, and he cleared all the rocks at the bottom. That was veteran skiing from this young man. A super solid Freeride World Tour debut.
He will be pretty stoked with that, I think. Just taking a moment.
I think it's great when the riders do that, when they just kind of reflect on where they actually are. This 360 was so technical, and he managed it right back into the fall line there.
Combining freestyle and this technical double, perfectly executed, looking so solid. Got some serious travel in those long legs. I think he's the tallest guy on tour.
Yeah, we'll have to put him and Jack Nicholls next to each other and see who's gonna take the crown. So Simon Perrodon just soaking it in there in the finish area as he kind of absorbs the whole atmosphere of his very first Freeride World Tour run. That's one he can be proud of when he looks back on this after the end of today. So much pressure on these young riders. You know, they feel it, even the friends back home, being like, send it for the boys. When you stand in the start gate, that weighs on your shoulders. So the feeling of relief to be in the finish area, looking over, seeing Max Palm there in the hot seat, and knowing that you are competing on the Freeride World Tour for the Scott rider. He's waiting for the scores now, a 73. So putting him into fourth, bumping Leif Mummen now down into fifth spot. He's happy with that. That's a great way to debut on the Freeride World Tour.
It's a solid result in a stacked field. I think he will be, it's a really good start to the season for him.
For sure. We go straight back up the summit of the Baqueira face, delivering this man. He has been on the cusp so many times. Oscar Mandin, French rider, got called up for the wild card, and he said it's a dream come true for him to be pushing out of this start gate. We can expect him to make the most of it.
We've seen a lot of Oscar on the Challenger Tour. He's had multiple top 10 finishes overall and been really close to making the cut, but just missed it. He's got incredible skiing riding out of the Porte du Soleil and a lot of comp experience, so I'm really excited to see how he makes the most of his season wildcard.
Well, he's definitely grateful for the opportunity, and now we're going to see him put his mark on this face. Riders right, we've seen some fireworks over here. I have no doubt we're going to see the same from Oscar, going even further over into this zone. Smart choice, as this actually has snow in it, which is a nice option for the riders. Getting up onto this face, really technical, flying over all that pepper and so clean on that landing. Really well spotted there from Oscar.
And another big committed backy. Fantastic recovery. Wasn't a perfect landing, but laces another big feature together. That was a heater from Oscar Mandin.
So strong, so clean, knew exactly where he was. He's got the pole wave. We saw Katie Anderson bringing that in for the snowboarders without a pole. And Oscar, what a great way to make the best use of his Freeride World Tour wildcard, showing the crowd that he belongs right where he is, which is on the Freeride World Tour. A great start from Oscar. That was a really, really strong run. That backflip, so committed.
I'm excited for the replay.
All right, so you see him teeing it up, setting, coming around perfectly, and then bouncing out of that and getting his feet underneath him, and then flying off that, turning his two features that are 100+ meters apart into a double effectively with that really, really technical and precise turn above it. So all those categories just lit up in green. A really, really, really good run there from Oscar Mandin.
Coucou tout le monde. Maman, Jules, Matou, tous les copains.
Sending the kisses to the fam.
Yeah, all the homies back home supporting him. Now the judges just taking a look at the replay there. They're going to put all the pieces together to make sure they get the right score there for Oscar. But that was a solid one, definitely top to bottom. It had excitement. The skiing was really strong technically, and of course exciting. Great run there for this for Oscar.
I think they may be replaying the landing on the backy, which I think he navigated with incredible skill because he hit a wind, like a wind buff snow as he landed, but just managed to get back over his skis and link another feature directly, which was, I mean, showing immense control.
Yeah, and he needed to do that redirect quickly because there's a rock wall looming. The skier's right side of that couloir is pretty unforgiving, basically vertical rocks. So score coming in here for Oscar Mandin into second place with an 83.67. The judges loving it. So really backing up that wild card and proving that he belongs right where he is. So Oscar Mandin putting himself into second. And it's been a while since we've seen any movement in that top three. So pushing Carl Ragnar Eriksson down into third and Maxime Chablot out of a podium contention. Currently, still plenty of riders to go. Here we see the standings as they sit right now. So Max Palm, Oscar Mandin, and Carl Ragnar Eriksson straight back up to the top, though, and this is an exciting one. Xander Gouldman riding out of Sugar Bowl in California. He was an absolute standout on the junior tour, getting things kicked off with a Daffy. Took a little break from the qualifiers, kind of reset his whole system, and came back to say goodbye to Freeride. A fun season on the qualifiers is what he aimed for, and what he got instead was a spot on the Freeride World Tour. So Xander Gouldman kicking things off, and he has the whole package to deliver at this level. We'll see what he's got. He's got to be feeling some pressure, though. First run ever on the tour.
Always the pressure as a rookie. But I'm excited to see that he's committed fully to Freeride after trying to say goodbye unsuccessfully.
Yeah, the goal was med school, and he found himself here taking a big chunk of that upper section, keeping it in the fall line, keeping it flowing with a 360 at pace. So Xander Gouldman getting things started with a bang as he makes his way to this nose, popping off there into the fall line, full control, and Xander Gouldman with the screaming seaman!
Incredible scenes here in Baqueira Beret. That was an exciting run, so fast-paced, so many features linked together. What a debut for him.
Back to back to back to back, staying right over his feet. We know that zone is littered with rocks, and Xander never put a foot out of place all the way through that. And then to have the presence of mind to toss that trick, cross skis in the air. If you don't know what a screaming seaman is, you're crossing your skis over each other in the air, and then you have to pull them back. If you don't, both your legs are coming off.
They're broken.
Yeah, for sure. So committed, so risky, but Xander just handling it with veteran skill. One of the happiest guys on tour. Max Palm loving it as Xander Gouldman is just lacing that run from top to bottom.
Airing through that steep couloir, lacing it with a 3, and tricky snow, but he's just putting it all together. And that is incredible. Screaming seaman.
Oh, the slow-mo doing it justice there. Xander stomping on the bed surface. All that area was scrubbed of the new snow by the earlier pocket that was released, and Xander Gouldman just beaming. Beaming in the finish area as he has just wrapped up his debut run on the Freeride World Tour. All smiles in the finish with such a strong run and really creative take. A couple airs that we didn't really see anybody else hitting. And then, I mean, that trick at the bottom was just the icing on the cake.
So sick.
I don't think the judges understand what he did.
Yeah, right?
He got such a low score.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I should have got way better.
Yeah.
Cita inaugural del Freeride World Tour 2023 en Baqueira Beret. Estáis todos invitados a seguir hoy aquí.
All right, and we see the score coming in a 64 flat for Xander Gouldman. So that puts him into 10th position So the judges having some thoughts on that run. Interesting score dropping for Xander Gouldman. And we go right back up. There are no breaks on the Freeride World Tour. We still have an extremely stacked category. We go straight back up. Ross Tester, I mean, it's hard to overstate the impact that Ross has had on the Freeride World Tour. 2 seasons, some of the wildest moments. He was first in Ordino in 2021 in his debut. Ross Tester, well, he's going to go big. He's going to add the freestyle elements. He's got all of it. His technique is flawless. He's in the start gate now, and Ross Tester is ready to kick off his season. He's smiling ear to ear. Cheers for the boys behind him, and we're going to hopefully see him cheersing the boys down below shortly.
From where I'm standing, he's had a pretty epic preseason. His Instagram has just been pumping with like a lot of snow, huge hits, and yesterday he sent it pretty deep, much to the regret of his shins, I believe. So he's been dealing with a bit of shin bang, but you wouldn't know it from the way he is tearing it up through the top of the face.
Yeah, Ross is going to put the shin pain on the back burner, and he's going to let his skiing do the talking, flying over that one a tiny bit in the back seat there, but pulling it back together, coming in low on this line with a huge 360, a little bit of a revert there, and then getting eaten by the next wind lip. Oh, Ross cross court there. Unfortunately, that wind drift absolutely gobbling him up as he just couldn't get back into the fall line quick enough to keep from hitting that thing. Full impact on that for Ross Tester. Hopefully he's okay. It looks like he's moving a little bit gingerly. Oh, I think he's just getting his equipment right so he can hike back up for his ski.
So big 3, floats it round, just gets backseat in the landing.
Yeah, and that back slap was the thing that kept him from being able to go into the fall line, and then he just got eaten up by that wind drift. Right there on that landing, you need to put your skis downhill or risk exactly what happened to Ross, unfortunately. And unable to, with the back slap, he wasn't over his feet, he couldn't get direction, and without the direction, that's what you get.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about being in the center of your skis, and landing back seat reduces your directional control to kind of aim where you want to go. So I think that's what's happened to Ross today. Very unfortunate for a guy who's been having a killer season to date.
Yeah, he sure has. I mean, he's been just popping off, going off the biggest cliffs. Some of the ones in both at home in California and where he's currently residing, going to school in Utah. Just, you know, he said some airs that haven't been hittable in years. And we've seen Ross just flying, always with tricks, always with style. So that's an unfortunate wrap-up for Ross Tester. Looks like he's okay, though, so he's going to let his shins heal. He's going to get some ice on the shin bones, and we know he's going to come back out swinging when we go to Andorra for the second stop of the Freeride World Tour in 2023.
So he's setting off there, probably going to ski down pretty chill, as he's going to have a no score with that loss of skis. The snow looks like it might be firming up a little bit there in the sun. And he is tucking out down the couloir. Great form from Ross Tester. And the crowd in Spain are still bringing all the energy, cheering everyone on as they run the gauntlet through the sharks and the holes on the track through to the finish corral.
And it's one of the best things about this Spanish crowd. They are equally as supportive to a stomped first place run as they are to a crash. Ross Tester.
Didn't say that. So big. What the fuck? Oh. Sorry, everyone. I'm okay, though.
Great. That's what we want to hear, Ross. So he is pushing off to chuck some ice on the shins and rest up for the next comp.
Well, Ross Tester, all smiles. The support of the crowd can really elevate the rider's feeling even after a crash, and that was a tough one for Ross. But we know he's got what he's got. He's going to come back swinging, and we go right back up to the top. The Austrian rider, he didn't make the cut last year, peak performance athlete, but he went back to the Challenger Tour and fought his way back onto the tour with his signature silky smooth style. Also riding for Scott, another one like Carl, who's the tour sponsor's dream, just hitting all the boxes. The sun glinting off his helmet there. Valentin Rainer, he's Austrian, he's silky smooth. He made his debut here last year with a really, really strong run. And now Vali Rainer getting ready to kick off his 2023 campaign here in Baqueira Beret, standing in the start gate, waiting to go. Pole click, and he's off. Vali Rainer on course.
His 2022 season was quite a testament to the new format whereby riders who don't make the cut on the tour go back to the Challenger Tour and then fight it out with the best of the qualifiers in order to regain your spot on tour. So he had a really successful campaign there, and we see him back in form and tearing it up.
So Vali heading out to the rider's right. We saw the snow definitely delivering, catching that wind lip and a little bit of air. Now he is inside the judging line. So Vali Rainer 360 in. We've seen that pay off for other riders, getting a tiny bit inside, but allowing him to get that other hit. And now over the wind lip, back flip and right to his feet. So Vali Rainer with a really strong start to this run.
Checking out the shelf that has multiple options, and he threes into the couloir. Has a big bomb hole, but rides out with real control.
Yeah, kind of in between the other two features, and the only rider to catch a piece of that lower section below the couloir. Really creative there. We saw riders take off higher. We saw riders take off lower on that shelf, but Vali finding a completely untapped section in that landing with the 360. That hole at the bottom is getting deeper, as we saw Vali kind of launching into the uphill side, but that's below the line. And Vali, Scott Ryder getting huge, huge props from the Spanish crowd as they are just firing up. The barbecues are lit, the beers are flowing, everybody's having a great time. And Vali Rainer, big high fives all across the board as Vali Rainer is into the finish area. Great way to start this run.
Hoffing in with a 360 and a big backflip. Pulls it around, lands in the middle of his skis. And this looks like a tougher landing. I think that there's a little dock on control there, so that would probably be from that hit there. So let's see what the judges make of it.
Yeah, that angle on the replay was a little bit clearer than what we had during his run. There was definitely a bobble. Not sure if he was just that little bit off fall line. It's tricky when you're doing a 360 off a side hill takeoff, but into a downsloping couloir. You almost, if you're going uphill, you have to only go to 270, and anything past that, you're going to increase the impact, increase the load on the legs. And we did see him, I mean, maybe he had a bit of benefit of the POW cloud hiding him a little bit, but the uphill drone angle definitely showed it a little more clearly.
Yeah. So the judges are adding up the scores there.
For sure going to take that into account. Judges definitely being put through their paces today. We can see this extremely experienced crew of judges all across the board. They know exactly what they're looking at, and they know exactly what they're looking for, and they don't have a big margin for error. When the field is as stacked as it is at the Freeride World Tour across all categories, they need to make all those little subtle differences count. I think that's going to be the one that is the difference maker for Vali Rainer on an otherwise fantastic run. And I got to give him credit for actually finding a workable takeoff on that bottom section. Most riders wrote that off as unhittable because it looked really sharky, but a pre-ollie early takeoff allowed him a clean takeoff and a clean landing on that one, which I thought was really clever.
Very well played from Vali.
Well, the judges taking their time with this one. I think weighing up how much they want to impact him for that control issue, or maybe looking at all the different angles, as from some of those angles, the powder cloud definitely hid that little control issue. But they know what they're looking at, and he's docked on control there with a 60.67. It's interesting, you see the hands go up. We see this a lot in juniors where riders feel like they were clean and then they watch a replay or they watch the coach's video that has a control issue, and they're like, I did not feel that. I don't know. So hopefully Valley's able to watch later and come to terms with the score. You don't always agree as long as you understand, and you got to just take the licks as we go back up again. This man, extremely exciting. He had a wild ride from basically never competing at Freeride, going into a 3-star, getting a wild card onto a 4-star, earning his way into the Challengers, winning there, and then winning on the Freeride World Tour. He's an Austrian rider, but with a German background. Max Hitzig, big splash on the World Tour in his debut. We're going to see if he can keep that momentum going here.
His wildcard journey last season has been amazing, and his win in Fieberbrunn against the best in the world was just so utterly convincing that we're all thrilled to welcome him on tour this year.
Yeah, another one who's been making the most of pretty decent early season conditions at his home resort. We've seen him just, you know, putting the backflips, the huge 360s off of cliffs, and in this really technical section, just making his way through with a gigantic 360 where we saw Maxime Chablot. That was incredible from Max Hitzig, getting things started with a very, very strong statement.
And a big laid out backy straight to his feet. He is riding out through the couloir, silky smooth. And this is what we've seen of his riding to date, is just so relaxed, but with incredibly, so creative and such precision.
His reconnection with the snow on that backflip looked like he never even left the ground. He found the transition, the timing of the finish of the flip, all of those things. Just, I mean, you couldn't do it better. That was a stellar run from Max Hitzig, and the crowd out here in Spain digging it. They're vibing on these later riders in the ski men's field, and Max Hitzig definitely having his say on that one. That's definitely going to be a contender for the top section of the standings, I think.
The floaty 3 there, beautiful control, straight into a critical turn, and then a huge laid out backy.
And if you look at the tracks there, he exposed so many rocks, but it didn't put a foot out of place there. So as he was able to just get light, float, press where he needed to set the flip, and then, as we said, the reconnection with the snow was just flawless.
The man is at one with the mountain, I think.
Well, we're going to have another real intense discussion in the judges' tent as they decide what to do with that. Is it enough to unseat Max Palm from the hot seat? Is it going to trouble Oscar Mende in second, or Carl Regner Eriksson in third? They're all very similar in terms of quality, but quite different in terms of where they were on the face and the way they executed. All of those things are really going to come into play now in the judges' discussion. We thought we were in the back half of the field, so it might get easier. No way. These riders making it very difficult for the judges.
Yeah, it's he stacked in some incredible features, but he's got a lot to contend with. We saw sevens, we saw the beautiful execution of Max Palm. So we'll have to wait and see what the judges make of it.
Yeah, anxious moments here for both Max and Max as they wait to see what the score is going to look like.
And the Spanish crowd are going for it. They're singing, they're dancing.
Oh, you can't underestimate the atmosphere here. If you get a chance to come to Baqueira Beret for the Baqueira Beret Pro, you've got to do it. Journey from wherever you are, get off the couch, book a ticket, get your hotel booked, because they booked up 6 months in advance. The whole Val d'Aran is full. There's not a hotel room to be had. Here comes the score for Max Hitzig into fourth. So a 79 flat for the Austrian rider there, and Max Palm breathes a big sigh of relief as that was another heavy, heavy contender for the young Swedish rider. There are only 2 men left in the field, which means Max Palm will stand on the podium. But get ready for thunder. This young man from right here in Baqueira Beret, only 22 years old. He finished second last year, much to the joy of the local crowd, and he is going to be looking to back that up. This place is erupting for Abel Moga.
He has got a fast haircut and he is fast on snow. I'm so excited to see what he does with the face and how the crowd react, because they're certainly here from him. They are kicking off.
He's been studying under the wing of Aymar Navarro. He's got the same big mountain feel, but also the deep bag of technical tricks. He can do anything on a mountain. He's so strong. His technique is on point, and Abel Moga is loved skiing through that crown line now into the section that will be judged. Odds are we're going to see something we haven't seen yet, as he knows this venue inside out, going into a totally untapped section.
And he is taking on the big one. Bit of a backseat landing there, but he holds it together and is lacing turns with incredible speed.
The control to get onto that ski, making his way around the tree, just fighting. It looks like, oh, and a massive front flip from Abel Moga.
And the crowd go wild.
The ground is shaking right now from the Spanish crowd reaction to Abel Moga's run. I don't know if you can pick it up in our mics, but it is chaos outside on the slope.
They are going for it. And they are swarming down. I think there's going to be a dog pile down there. And there is his teacher, Aymar Navarro, to congratulate him on an absolutely outstanding run. Abel Moga.
Well, Abel, I mean, we saw him with the reckless almost front flip in Verbier last year with a winning run in his pocket and doing it again. This time, just, I mean,
rocky takeoff, backseat landing, and still laces it together into the next couloir. That Superman front flip is just exceptional.
I mean, what even was that? Abel Moga getting his legs spread out to slow down the control, and the crowd just going ballistic. Navarro with just a smile and a nod, and that's my guy. That is my boy. So, Aaron Style through the roof. We need another category for fan reaction, because that was bonkers. Abel Moga.
And some of the crowd have made it down to the finish corral. They're cheering at him from the sides there while he anxiously awaits the score.
I mean, that run, similar to Navarro, it transcends score, it transcends judging. That was just the purest expression of joy you could ever see on this face, and the crowd's reaction says it all, as Abel Moga doing it for the fans on his home turf here in Baqueira Beret. What a show he just put on, and you could see the pride in Aymar Navarro's face as he just watched Abel toss that front flip off the rocky pillar. This crowd going absolutely ballistic for their hometown boy, and with, well, rightly so. I mean, that was just such an incredible run. Right on the edge of our seats the entire time for Abel Moga. Just incredible top to bottom.
He dealt with a lot of pepper up in his run. You can see there was rocks in the takeoff there. Controls it. Incredible to have the state of mind to hit rocks as you're running into the takeoff and still pull that maneuver.
I'm going to claim this right now. That's going viral. That video of his front flip off that towering rock pillar into, I mean, the unknown. We saw what this face looked like before it snowed, but Abel, you know, a tiny backslap, but at that point, who cares? That was for the fans, and they ate it up. So Abel Moga, Max Palm now in on our screen, split screen, as we wait for the scores to come in. The judges really, they've got a lot to figure out there, because there were a lot of moments where that looked like it was going haywire, and he held it all together. I mean, he's so strong, his technique is good, and then keeping the just razor's edge, ragged edge between control and disaster the entire time. Abel Moga just really, really bringing the heat to this Freeride World Tour stop. This is only stop number 1, and we're already seeing everything and anything we could have imagined out of this.
The judges are looking intently. I've seen some heads in their hands. Abel is waiting anxiously to go and embrace his massive fan crowd. Looks like they're checking out some replays there, checking each takeoff and landing and the skiing technique in between. Adding the 2s, carrying the 1s.
Well, Abel just soaking it in. I mean, what an atmosphere to be a part of, and to have your home crowd be behind you at that level. It must just feel incredible, and you can see almost overwhelming. He doesn't even know how to feel or what to think, but he knows that the crowd has got his back, and he has certainly done his part for them. It's definitely a two-way street, this community, and both sides really rising to the occasion here.
There is a lot of love out here in Baqueira Beret today.
Later on in the show, we're going to give you some details. We have a new feature here in the Freeride World Tour show, the rider of the day. I'd say Abel Moga making a case for himself for that one, and that's going to be voted by the fans. We will give you the details, but we're staying on pins and needles right now as we wait for the score to come in for Abel Moga. The judges taking their time with it. They want to give it its due consideration, make sure they get it right, as we've had so many great runs on this Baqueira face here at Baqueira Beret. Spain, I mean, really just delivering once again. Last year, it was our first visit here ever, and it delivered everything we could have hoped for. And if anything, I'd say it's risen another notch this year, bringing up the level of just fan engagement, of pure stoke for Freeride, getting behind their locals, the visitors. Everybody here is just so fired up to be part of this.
Well, last year, of course, we were still in that kind of exiting the COVID doom spiral. And so people weren't traveling so much. It was still a little restricted. And now we're free and the people have come. Supposedly there are 16,000 people in Baqueira Beret today here for the fans.
And the score coming in, Abel Moga with the 72.67. That's going to drop him into 7th position. So judges definitely factoring in those control issues. As we said, they're looking for perfection. But Abel Moga cementing his spot as a legend here in the Spanish freeride community with that run. And we can say safely that there are many young freeriders who are going to start their freeride journey based on what they just saw from both Abel Moga and Aymar Navarro in the ski men's category. But we are not done. We have one more rider left in the gate. This young man qualifying through the challenger, Manu Barnard, riding out of New Zealand. An absolute beauty. If you are one of Manu's parents, I have to give you credit, because this kid is a beauty. He's such a great guy to be around, his spirit, his joy, but let's not shortchange his skiing. It got him here, and he belongs here on the Freeride World Tour.
Yep, Manu is a super creative skier. He's a lovely kid, and yes, he is the prodigal child of 2 epic mountain guides who have made their own impact in the snow sports industry. So I'm sure they're all tuning in to watch Manu send it on his World Tour debut. He is making his way through the pepper up above the judging line and looking to find a little drop in here. Very rocky in this section.
Yeah, so Manu just safely navigating that, and then he's going to come in. This will be part of the judged criteria. Manu giving himself a big face shot. We haven't seen anybody way over here in a while, and now lining himself up cross-court over a beefy section of this Baqueira face. Low takeoff on that one, another clean landing. So Manu Barnard with a great start to his run.
And mandatory pre-ollie with these features, as there are some negative takeoffs, and bringing some nice style into his air and just running it out the bottom. That was a quick run.
It was quick, and it had multiple features stacked up back to back. Never a foot out of place. That was a really solid Freeride World Tour debut for the young Kiwi rider. Clean, fast, technical, and executed perfectly. And just a last little air into the hole. He will be the last rider to hit that thing today, as Manu Barnard, the young Kiwi, just flying through this bottom section and crossing under that finish arch for the first time, guaranteed not to be the last time. Big smile for the young Kiwi as he comes into the finish. And early rider hugging late rider, Max Palm there in the hot seat. This one, it's amazing. The last guy of the day, I think he jumped over the ski ninjas there.
What a feat, and just looking so relaxed and stylish in the air. Beautiful skiing. I think that was a fantastic debut on the tour for Manu Barnard.
Yeah, that was a really clean run, stacked up with features all the way from top to bottom. So the Dynastar rider taking his skis off. He's got those Freeride World Tour pro riders from Dynastars. He just waits now for his score, just grinning, soaking it all in. The atmosphere here is electric right now, and all the riders just really enjoying what Spain has brought to the Freeride World Tour.
And stoked to see him put a run to his feet, get down in one piece. He's been battling some injuries in New Zealand this winter, so he's made a strong recovery and is feeling fit and healthy, but great to see him get a run under his belt.
Well, he certainly looked solid there as we have the last time wait for the judges to drop their scores. Max Palm has been sitting in the hot seat since he dropped 4th, and he has seen a whole lot of extremely talented challengers try to knock him out of that spot. Is he going to double down, as we saw Michael Mond do in the snowboard men's category, and repeat as champion here on the Baqueira Face in Baqueira Beret? The Spanish crowd, the Spanish venue, the vibes here, I mean, it's all just delivered top to bottom. Getting a hug from Craig Murray there, who didn't have the day he was looking for. These guys, all, you know, the Kiwi crew, and we see it with the other nationalities as well, the young riders being mentored by the older riders on tour. It's a big step, it's a high pressure step to come into the tour, and it's really nice to have some friends from back home to help ease the transition from challengers and juniors onto this big stage.
There's certainly a lot of camaraderie between Kiwis, or Team Useless as they're often known, due to their traveling hijinks on the Freeride World Tour. It's been a long-standing tradition that the Kiwi riders tend to be slightly more disorganized than other nations, and usually run into some sort of sticky scenarios along the way.
Yeah, shout out to one of the early Team Useless founders, Neil Williman, used to share the booth with us back home now with his young family in New Zealand, hopefully watching his Kiwi crew slaying out here. Neil, we miss you, and I hope you're having a good time. But right now it's about Manu waiting for his score, standing in that against the backdrop there, just waiting. And the judges really taking their time with it. They want to make sure they get it right. As we said, the numbers are not the only thing. They're factoring in the ranking. So deciding where Manu's going to slot in, it's going to be at the top, it's going to be at the middle. I'd say fairly confidently it's not going to be at the bottom, because that was a really strong run from Manu Barnard. So we just wait and see our last rider of the day. That's going to wrap up Ski Men as we just wait for the score. But Manu was the last man in the start gate and the last rider of the day here at the Baqueira Beret Pro. So we have got the full field down in the finish area, and I have a feeling as soon as we get the score from this place is going to erupt. There's not going to be an empty seat in a bar or restaurant in town for the rest of the night, and probably, honestly, the rest of the week.
The Spanish certainly know how to party, and we need to give Manu some props also.
Here we go, score coming in. So Manu dropping into 12th with a 64 flat. Manu Barnard, the last rider of the day, 64 points, and he moves himself into 12th place as he is soaking in the last moment, standing in front of the backdrop. And that is a wrap for Ski Men, and that means that Max Palm has backed up his win here in 22 with another win in 2023. What a debut, and way to back it up. Anna, incredible riding from the Ski Men.
Unbelievable. So we've got our Max Palm at the top there, and then our season wildcard, Oscar Mandant, in second place. Carl Rigner Eriksson, we talked about his consistency, and he's right there in third place. Absolutely killing it.
Yeah, you never count out Carl. He's looking, like you said, he wants to take that final step. He's been third overall, second overall, and putting himself on the podium today is definitely a strong move towards that. But holy, Max Palm with the run of the day in the Ski Men, just top to bottom, absolutely flawless, so technical, the perfection that he put down with the freestyle elements in the steeps, in the difficult snow, all of it combining to put him on the top of the podium here at Freeride World Tour. Stop number 1, the Baqueira Beret Pro, just delivering once again for us, Anna.
I'm so stoked, and we've had a couple of no scores. As we mentioned, there's sharks and snow snakes out there, and the riders have navigated it well and more or less stayed intact, which is what we want to see here. So really looking forward to the celebrations, letting off some steam after a tense couple of days preparing for this competition.
Yeah, really happy to see all the riders down and safe in the finish area. So here we go. Those are our top 3 riders. Max Palm taking the victory, Oscar Mendin in second, and Carl Regner Eriksson rounding out the podium. All 3 of these guys absolutely ecstatic to be standing in these 3 positions at the end of the day. Ski men wrapping things up with a bang. So here's where we sit now in the overall standings.
Yeah, Max Palm gliding into the golden bib, a really strong start for his season. The 2 Swiss kids in 5th and 6th position, Maxime Chablot and Simon Peredin, really great start for them. Also, these guys down in the bottom of the pack, they've got some work to do for the next stops in Ordino Arcolis.
Yeah, and then everything there below Jed Kravitz, those are all riders that had significant control issues in their runs. And then we see a couple of riders no score for Christopher Turdell and Ross Tesser. Obviously, they still get a ranking, and that's where they sit in the overall picture right now. So we are going to head down to the finish area to catch up with our winner, backing up last year's win with another one, Max Palm. Your run had all the elements, extremely technical in the steeps with the freestyle. Tell us about the scoping and the execution, because it looked like it was a pretty difficult spot you were in up there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to do a run again that made me happy. That was like the only line that I had in mind and like got directly, so I'd stick with it. Got like all the different angle and it went really good, I guess. But
We can agree.
I'm so stoked.
Big congratulations to you, Max. Incredible skiing out there today. We look forward to seeing you ski next in Ordino Arcolis.
Thank you.
All right, well, a great, great run and another victory for Max Palm here on the Freeride World Tour. Every single element that a Freeride World Tour run could have, Max Palm had it. Wow, what a day we have just witnessed here at the Baqueira Beret Pro. Absolute fireworks from top to bottom. I mean, to sum it up, just passion. We saw passion from start to finish. Katie Anderson starting things off here with that win. You know, a huge step for her to go from cut from the tour to right back on with a win.
And Michael Maughan defending his title from Baqueira Beret last year. It was amazing. The crowd have been so fired up, a little caliente. And it's just been a wonderful day. So
Yeah.
thanks for supporting us and tuning in.
Addie Rafford getting the win in the ski women, and then we see Max Palm backing up his victory from last year with another one on this pass of her face. Baqueira, Spain, it's just been such an incredible show. We have 2 of your favorite home sons down in the finish area that we're going to catch up with, Abel Moga and Aymar Navarro. First of all, just tell us what it's like skiing in front of that crowd.
That's incredible. For me today, the winner line is this, no? Stay here and have the opportunity to have this at home with all your friends, all you ballet. For me, it's for all my life. It's a really special day for me. And yeah, and of course for Abel.
Yeah, and he landed the run.
Redemption out on the face there, Aymar. That was incredible. And Abel, your run had absolute fireworks. How did you feel in the middle of that massive front flip?
Oh, the front flip actually tasted too good, but at the top part after the avalanche, I thought that the snow was shitty, but not that shitty that it was. But yeah, I did a couple backslaps and some mistakes that they put me on the 7th place, but I'm proud for being here, see all the people enjoying the show, and you guys on the other side of the screen.
Aymar, we saw some emotion from you in the finish. You know, when you pulled your goggles up, definitely an emotional time. You have seen this event from an idea to now this. Tell us about that journey and what it means to you to bring it from just your idea to what it is on slope right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. That people, it's
Aymar had worked a lot for this. He's been pushing up all the freeride here in the Pyrenees and in the Val d'Aran, and we are so proud of him. And he's gonna still continue and doing whatever he wants. That is ski big lines and big drops, and that's it. That's my friend.
Yeah, for me it's a pleasure to be here, and yeah, when I started to talk with Nico and Baqueira to have one stop here in Val d'Aran, I imagined that, but a lot of less than this. And now last season was incredible, but that season was huge, and I think is the best moment to say goodbye. I think I prefer finish my career like this. Now I don't need more. Yeah.
Aymar, that is such beautiful words, and you have given so much to our freeride community, from fostering talent like Abel to bringing us here to Baqueira Beret. I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and we look forward to seeing your next adventures. Thank you for being with us.
Of course, thank you guys, thank you to all the family of the World Tour, because he worked everybody a lot to have this show, all the riders. For me, it's the most important in that trip. It's I know a lot of good people, really good places, and for me, this is it's an incredible experience. When I am younger, for me, staying one stop of the Freeride World Tour was a dream. And finally, I am here, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years, and stay in Verbier. And I think it's a good decision to finish here, because this is incredible.
Well, poignant words from Aymar Navarro. You heard it here. That is going to put the exclamation point on his Freeride World Tour career, and what a way to finish it here in Baqueira Beret at the event that he brought to the valley, in his home valley. A massive thank you from the entire freeride community to Aymar Navarro. Thank you so much, Aymar, bringing it all, and wow, what a way to wrap it up. It couldn't ask for a better moment there here at the Baqueira Beret Pro.
The atmosphere is incredible.
All
Beautiful
right.
moments.
So we have a brand new feature here at Freeride World Tour. It is the Rider of the Day. This is going to be voted by you. Vote.freerideworldtour.com. You are going to get to have your say on what you thought was the highlight of the day. And honestly, Anna, I don't know how people are going to pick.
Well, there were some absolutely outstanding moments out there. The riders have smashed it in really tricky conditions, so now it's up to you. We want to hear what you think, and we look forward to announcing it soon.
All categories are in play. Make sure you log on to the freerideworldtour.com website and have your say. Anybody is in play. It could be anyone. On behalf of Anna Smoothie and myself and the entire Freeride World Tour team, we would like to say a huge thank you to the whole Freeride world for being here, joining us in Spain at the Baqueira Beret Pro. We are off to Andorra, to Ordino Arcoles for stop number 2. Looking forward to seeing you there. Unbelievable. Such a magic time here in Andorra.
You've been going to the gym, man. Real strong legs.
A big backy, so smooth, and he's riding out with pace.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, 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 friends, family, freeride fans. Freeride World Tour. We are in Ordino Arcoles in beautiful Andorra.
It's our gracious host for this, the second stop on our whirlwind tour.
Yeah!
Oh, he laid that out like an Olympic diver. That was just so casual.
Fucking made it!
Holy shit, I've never been this nervous in my entire life.